been study.
Have you seen how many emails we've gotten since like 4 o'clock? No, no.
I have. I was responsible for one of them.
But at least you ended it with, how did you end it? Warmly, warm regards. What was the end of yours?
With gratitude.
Gratitude.
But
Yours
before
came
it
in
was a
at
little
3:30. Yours came in at 3:35. I'm not counting that in my.
Fair enough.
do we have Channel 8 up and running?
Channel 8 is good to go.
All right, well then, why don't we get this going? Let me know when I can proceed, please.
All right, recording has begun.
Great, okay, well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 14th meeting of the Boulder City Council. We'll start with a couple of quick announcements before we get into the main part of the meeting. First one is about COVID-19 vaccinations. If you have not yet gotten your vaccines or looking for a booster, you can find more information on doing so at the URL shown on your screen, which is www.bouldercounty.org/families/disease/COVID-19/vaccines. So please go ahead and do that if you have not already. And the next announcement is about healthcare assistance. So Boulder County Housing and Human Services are working to encourage Boulder County residents to sign up for health insurance during open enrollment, which ends January 15th. Coverage is affordable. There are big discounts this year. Preventative care is free. There are many plans to choose from, and financial assistance may be available. So don't delay. For more information and free confidential assistance, visit bouldercountyhealthcoverage.org. There we go. So those are our two announcements. So let's move on into roll call, if we could. Alicia, please.
All right. Thank you, sir. And good evening, everyone. Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Weiner.
Here.
And Councilmember Yates will be late. So Mayor, we have our quorum.
Great, thanks so much, Alicia. So if we could start by amending the agenda. And so we need to make two changes tonight. One is to add item 1A, which is a declaration recognizing National Homeless Persons Memorial Day, to be read by Mayor Pro Tem Friend. And the other is to remove item 2B, which was resolution 1301, authorizing the purchase of 2691 30th Street. As I understand, that item needs a little more time before it comes back to us. Could I have a motion to that effect, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Does anyone object to the motion? Seeing no one, then we will call that agenda amended. And now I believe we will then move straight into item 1A, the declaration. Is that right, Alicia?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Friend, if you could take us into that, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brockett. Yeah, it is my honor to read a somber declaration tonight. So December 21st, 2021 is National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. The winter poses extreme hardship for inadequately housed low-income men, women, and children in Boulder. The spirit of the holiday season of giving provides an opportunity for affirmation and renewal regarding the commitment to end homelessness. December 21st has been designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless and by the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, and it is so recognized by cities nationwide. In this season of generosity and sharing, residents of Boulder are encouraged to commit themselves to promoting compassion and concern for all brothers and sisters, especially those who are poor and homeless. In remembering those who have died on the streets, the cause of ending homelessness is kept urgent, as is the city's commitment to preventing such deaths in the future. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares December 21st, 2021 as National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. That is the end of our declaration. And I think we may have two community members, organization representatives here to receive the declaration. Taylor, can you confirm that? I think maybe Jen Livovich with Feet Forward and or Scott Medina with Bridge House maybe here.
Yes, both are here. Welcome.
Great. So I would invite both to say a few words if you're interested.
Well, thank you so much, Rachel and everybody. It's nice to have this acknowledged tonight. This actually is 1 week from the time that the memorial will actually be happening. So next Tuesday from 4 to 5 p.m. at the band shell in Central Park, Canyon, and Broadway is where we'll hold the memorial. And it's always a very moving event, a very important event for us to recognize people who've passed away this past year while experiencing homelessness and from the impact of homelessness on their lives. So we highly encourage the community to come out in person to be there at the band shell next Tuesday at 4 p.m. It means a lot to have the whole community there.
Come on, printer.
And there's Jen. I can hear you, Jen. Oh, she's gone. Jen, do you want to say anything?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Jen.
Hey, Jen, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know why my video is not working, but that's irrelevant. I'd like to thank the city council members for their swift response in proclaiming the homeless memorial for this upcoming December 21st. More specifically, I want to personally thank Councilor Benjamin for expressing his concern about impending inclement weather and the need to discuss emergency services as a council tonight. I do not find honor in accepting this proclamation, given my unique connection to our in-house community. I feel a great loss as we remember more lives lost each year. The same lives we should be working to save. I implore this city council to swiftly create a low barrier, emergency overflow, and day shelter to provide adequate, accessible spaces that will prevent further tragic and avoidable deaths. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that, Jen, and also Scott. Thank you for being here. And just to reiterate that memorial will be 4 p.m. on the 21st downtown at the band shell, and I will be there as well. I mentioned another number of my colleagues and for that somber occasion.
Great. Thank you all so much.
Nicole, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, if it's okay if I just say a couple of words here.
Sure.
So Lauren and I toured the shelter last Friday morning. This was the night after we had a little bit of snow. Temperatures, I think, were in the 30s maybe that night. Out of 140 available beds, there were about 5 beds available. Winter officially begins a week from today, and I'm still concerned, as Councilmember Matt stated, as we heard a couple of other, Jennifer mentioned tonight, that our plan to offer hotel vouchers to a few dozen additional people isn't enough to save lives during severe weather this winter. So I'm really grateful that we're acknowledging National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. And I just want to note that it seems a little out of place when we haven't allocated additional funds or resources for any overflow sheltering that would prevent more deaths this winter.
Thank you for that, Nicole. And Nuria, is there an opportunity at all tonight to address the point that Nicole just made in that Matt raised on the hotline an hour or so ago?
There certainly could be. I know that Kurt Fernhaber is with us and has been giving this thought as they have every year, right? As this moves forward, and it depends on whether or not you want to save this to matters of the city manager or whether you'd like him to jump in now.
Well, Kurt, we didn't plan on this in advance. I don't know if you're able to do that now while we're talking about it, or if you'd like some more time, we could bring it back up later in the meeting.
Good evening, Council. Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. I can either address it now or I can address it later on in the meeting. Either is fine with me.
Maybe you could proceed now since we're talking about it right now, if you'd be willing.
Sure, sure. Thank you. And Matt, thanks for your question. I saw your email later this afternoon. So this situation is not unusual. If you remember a year ago, September, we had a somewhat similar situation, but it was much earlier in the year, in September, when we had an impending snowstorm, and they had said some ominous name for it. I can't remember what it was, but it was before our severe weather shelter was planned to open, which over the last many years has opened on the 1st of October. As a result of that, one of the changes, and there's often, storms and things that come in sort of outside of our of the times that we had previously set up. So one of the changes we made this year, if you recall, is instead of weather shelter being weather triggered, it's open every night, and so we wouldn't have that challenge of whether it meets the condition or not of the trigger. So severe weather shelter is open. As Nicole has mentioned, it's near capacity. I don't think that I think maybe we've had one turnaway capacity this season. I'll have to check on that. We've been averaging over the last 3 weeks, I think about an average of about 10 or 15 beds per night. I think we have hit capacity 1 or 2 nights. So one of the things I did just before the meeting, Matt, when I saw your email, is I called the director of the shelter to ask what capacity they may have. He basically mentioned to me, which he may have mentioned to other council members on your visits there. And this is similar to other organizations as well. Their staff capacity is extremely limited right now. I asked if they would have capacity to either add more beds this evening or open up further tomorrow. He said that they don't have additional capacity for that. And I think this is a challenge we're having community-wide with many service organizations. You may be aware that Mental Health Partners has 80 job openings for mental health workers. So our challenge recently, or ever since COVID started, really is to keep the basic services up and running. The typical way of approaching this extreme weather is, and I looked at an email that we got this afternoon from Mike Chard of the Office of Disaster Management. The city of Boulder itself hasn't opened shelters before. However, how that occurs is if a disaster is proclaimed by the city or the county, and in that case, in those situations, the Red Cross actually stands that up. So that's sort of the mechanism that we use in more emergency situations. We have looked at, when we gave the update to council, you asked us to look at additional beds, hotel beds. What we're looking at is adding 5 in January, and then the springtime is when we typically, get the worst of the weather and the snow. So adding 5, I think it's in March, if I'm correct. So that's what we've been able to look at since the last council meeting.
Thanks for that update, Kurt. Matt, you have something?
Yeah, I mean, my question is, I think, really just generally centered with one. Usually, those emergencies are declared reactionarily to a disaster that has already thus occurred, and is less so a preventative measure. So I'm not sure that helps us when, in this instance, in 12 hours, we're likely to start facing what is an F1 tornado or a Category 2 hurricane worth of winds, just for context. And so, what are we doing to make sure those on the streets know that even in wind events that they can seek the shelter? But more importantly, I mean, I feel a little helpless that we don't seem to be like, hey, we got to get you out of here. I mean, this is a life-threatening thing. Limbs of trees, you name it, debris. I mean, this is a very hazardous environment to have winds of these speeds whipping around. I mean, they will knock most things off their feet. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is our mechanism to really create a capacity to get people into a safe environment? I mean, if it's just in a gymnasium, so they're out from, the ballistics of things flying around, I'm trying to understand how we can facilitate that in what is a very short-lived event like this that's coming. And so that's what I'm trying to understand, but also see where we can do without it being after the fact when the damage is done.
Thanks for that, Matt. Nicole?
Right. I believe we've received some emails from some folks in the community, service providers, who have proposed some options for overflow sheltering. And I am just curious about what we could do or what would be needed from council in order to get that. I also just want to be very sensitive to the fact that I know people are here for public comment and I don't want to keep everybody much longer, right? This is a separate, feels like a separate conversation. And I just, the urgency of this issue when we've got a big windstorm coming, when we've got winter starting next week, is just really pressing on me too.
Yeah, I think those are important points. And I guess that, during the day, we do have places for folks to go. And maybe this is something that a message that we can leave with is that if this event, it does turn into this high end of the 100-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow in a sustained way, like, is there any alternative that we can find for tomorrow night? I guess is the question. And I'm hearing you that there's very limited staff capacity. And at the same time, if we're in a really life and limb threatening emergency, what could we do?
So let me try to respond to some of those things. So I don't know if the email has gone out yet, but there's, before the council meeting, we were working on a communication to go to the various service providers that touch individuals experiencing homelessness, to give the type of warning that you were just describing, Aaron. So thank you for that. Nicole, I haven't received any communication from anyone about a temporary shelter or a stand-up shelter.
Okay, thanks. I'll find the email and forward it. Sorry, choking on some water.
Kurt will watch for that email, and thank you for those responses and for the concerns folks have raised. To Nicole's point, wanting to be sensitive to our agenda and the folks waiting to speak. If it's all right with council, we can move to open comment at this point. And Ryan, I think you have guidelines to talk us through.
Yes, thank you. Emily, would you please pull up the guidelines and we'll talk through those with everyone here for open comment and public hearing tonight. Thank you so much for joining here. We're grateful for your time to share your perspectives and your experience. We want to talk through a few guidelines that we have for speaking at council. And please know that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. Next slide, please. Please know that the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to use the name they sign up, the name that they're commonly known by, and only audio testimony will be permitted tonight. Thank you again for joining, and Mayor, we can move on to our first speaker.
Great, thanks so much for that, Ryan. Our first, and every speaker gets 2 minutes, just to be clear. And our first 3 speakers are Evan Ravitz, Jill Grano, and Lindsay Yoakum. Evan, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. The city spends a lot of money on public relations. We could save a lot of money and grief if we walked our talk. Here are 2 ways. It's nice that we call City Hall the Penfield Tate Building. Is the presentation on screen for you?
No, we're not getting a presentation.
So I even had a private conversation with someone at the clerk's office.
Yes, Evan, sorry, Evan, I'm pulling it up right now for you.
Okay,
Evan,
I'm going to wait.
restart.
Can we start over?
Yes, we'll restart your time once the presentation is up.
It's up?
Not quite. I'll tell you as soon as it is.
Just can't. Can't do anything except kill the homeless.
Okay,
No, we could save a lot of money and grief if we walked our talk. Here are 2 ways. It's nice that we call City Hall the Penfield Tate Building, but in this memorial to him by the North Boulder Rec Center, he says, shelter is a necessity and we should provide for people who need help. Yet, Boulder is wasting $2.7 million this year to chase the homeless from camp to camp when there is no legal place for them to go. Denver is now opening its 6th safe camping area. Since there are many legitimate reasons people can't use shelter, we should provide safe camping too. Why not open the Penn Tate building during the wind tomorrow? Have a cop there if it makes you feel safer. Let Penn Tate stop spinning in his grave. Next slide, please. It's nice that we recognize we're on Indian land and we changed the name of Settlers Park to the People's Crossing. The city now owns the old Fort Chambers, where the Sand Creek Massacre killers were trained near 63rd and J. We should give it back to the Indians. It's only 110 acres. We have 50,000 acres of open space and the county has another 100,000. The Arapaho have expressed an interest in having a place when they come here to visit the home they were cheated out of. Again, Denver did something like this decades ago with the Tall Bull Memorial Grounds.
Evan, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have Jill Grano, Lindsay Yoakum, and Preston Smith.
Okay. Hi, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you this evening. And Rachel and all of council, thank you for that declaration for National Homeless Persons Memorial Day and just for your empathy for those experiencing homelessness. Supporting our community members without housing is an urgent and long-term issue for our community. And we have so much to do in policy action and in our hearts and minds. So thank you. But on to official comments. My name is Jill Adler-Grano. I'm the Senior Director of Policy Programs for the Boulder Chamber. I know you can't see me, but I hope you can tell it's me by my lisp. Jokes aside, I'm here on behalf of the Boulder Chamber tonight to ask for an extension to enforcement of the recently passed fur ban. As you know, ballot measure 301 passed by only 604 votes and was certified just a couple of weeks ago. As reported in the Daily Camera, the measure itself didn't make it onto the ballot until mid-July, just a few months before the vote. We know from our retailers that they must purchase inventory many months in advance. And while this measure doesn't affect hundreds of our businesses, it does affect dozens of them. And each one of those that we've talked to are small mom and pop businesses. Right now, enforcement of the ban is set to go into effect on January 1st, 2022, only 17 days from now. This is the busy season for our businesses. They've been through incredible hardship over the last 2 years, and the last thing they need is to face fines or even jail time for items they purchased many months ago. We ask that you extend enforcement of the ban by at least 9 months in order to give affected businesses the time they need to clear inventory and make new purchases. As our friend and partner Chip from the Downtown Boulder Partnership wrote earlier, numerous cities that have passed these bans gave a 1-year grace period. We ask that Boulder City Council considers doing the same or something close to it. Eventually, we'd like council to clarify the ballot measure, and the Boulder Chamber stands ready to support you in that endeavor. But for tonight, please simply extend the enforcement and allow our retailers to get through this critical time of recovery without additional pain. Thanks so much.
Thanks for that, Jill. Before we go to our next speaker, I'll just note that Councilmember Bob Yates has joined us. Good to have you here, Bob. Okay, our next 3 speakers are Lindsay Yoakum, Preston Smith, and Tim Thomas.
And Lindsay Tate, I have opened your mic. If you confirm that you're signed up as Lindsay Yoakum.
Yes, that is me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you for letting me comment tonight. I am Lindsay, co-owner of Two Soul Sisters, a family-owned store that has been in business for almost 14 years now. As a retailer in Boulder, I am requesting an extension on Measure 301, the fur ban. We order our product 6 months in advance, typically, in a time that has been particularly tough for retailers the past year and a half. It's especially challenging to have this measure enforced with such short notice. Other cities, including LA and San Francisco, have given retailers 1 to 3 years, I believe, before enforcing a fur ban. This time allows retailers to sell through their inventory and not be stuck with unsellable product, therefore taking a large monetary hit. Also, it seems premature to enforce this measure until the language has been solidified. The details of this measure need to be clarified prior to enforcement. So I am asking for at least 6 months extension on this measure, please. That's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Lindsay. I've been informed that Preston Smith is not present, so we will move on to Tim Thomas, then Jake Brady and Lydia Hull, and we'll come back if Preston appears. So Tim, you're up.
Tim, your mic is open. You'll just need to.
No commitment was made in the housing area. No commitments were made. And for this reason, we will have to move right on with our program, action program, to dramatize these issues and to bring it squarely before not only the attention, but the conscience of the Chicago community.
That was a quote from Martin Luther King when he was dealing with housing issues in Chicago. Tim Thomas, Boulder, Colorado. Last week, I emailed council about Boulder Housing Partners' decision to evict families from their Tantra Lake apartments 17 days from now. BHP is the official housing authority of the city of Boulder, yet council has little control over its actions. That needs to change. BHP argues it is displacing these families because Tantra will be converting all of its units to affordable housing. Those who do not qualify will have to leave. Yet BHP is not starting its qualification process until January. BHP says, quote, if you do not think that you will qualify under the program's guidelines, you will need to vacate your apartment, unquote. BHP is asking families to pre-disqualify themselves. Think about it. Why doesn't BHP let these people stay during the qualification process? During both a pandemic and a housing crisis, the city's own housing division is kicking working class families out into the cold during the holidays. not because they are delinquent on their rent, but because it wants to create more affordable housing. How cruelly ironic. For these families, affordable housing already exists. They are living in it, but BHP is going to take it away from them. At the same time, BHP is offering 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units to new applicants right now. Tomorrow morning, BHP is having its monthly meeting. Council can stop this by directing the city manager and city attorney to request the BHP board to extend the lease of these families, including those who have been persuaded to give their notice to vacate. It is the holiday season, and these families are being pushed out into the cold because of the misguided practices and patterns of operation by BHP. Further,
I'm afraid your time is up.
Follow the lead of Longmont and assume the role of the board of the BHP.
Tim, thank you for your comments. I think we may have some information on that after all the speakers are done. So thanks for that. We have Jake Brady, and then I understand Lydia Hull is not here, and then John Woodward. Jake.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'd like to begin this evening just to dovetail on what Tim said. If there are individuals and families in the Tantra Lake community who are approaching a deadline, don't have a good option for housing coming up, I would hate to see us put anyone on the street at the end of this month, especially considering the timing with the holidays. If there are options for relocation, we should pursue them. And I also ask that we collect as much data as possible in these types of situations in the future, if we're not already doing so. It would be really helpful to know what types of outcomes occur when BHP converts or renovates a building. This conversation leads me to another topic that is relevant today, which is affordable and attainable housing for our residents and commuters. In an ideal world, we wouldn't need to be discussing situations like this regarding folks who have been forced to rent for a large chunk of their lives, a population that includes myself. As of 2014, Boulder was experiencing a net loss of 900 affordable housing units per year. Between 2013 and 2018, over half of rental units affordably priced for households making 25 to 35K shifted to higher income brackets. Over 90% of renters do not make enough to afford a median price market rate home in Boulder. And 38% of renters and 10% of owner-occupied homes are severely cost burdened. In the short term, we need to dramatically increase the number of rental units priced under $900 per month and the number of for sale homes priced at less than 400K. This includes bolstering our stock of permanently affordable homes that are available to individuals or families making middle income or 80 to 120% AMI, which only constitutes 14% of our affordable housing stock at the moment. I call on this council to consider creative options such as reforming the Maintain the Middle Working Group, addressing occupancy limits, revisiting ADU ordinance, reviewing requirements that incentivize developers to build large units, creating an affordable overlay, and creating disincentives for McMansion development. We know what we need to do with housing. We simply need to act. I thank all of you for your time this evening and your service to your constituents.
Thanks for that, Jake. Next, we have John Woodward, Catherine Leuenberger, and RJ Boyle.
Thank you. I'm Jason Woodward. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I apologize. My father had a medical emergency this evening. He was here to ask for an extension to the enforcement on the fur ban. His contention being that other major cities who have enacted similar measures have shown the respect to the local business community by giving upwards of 3 years to implement it. The bill passed by the narrowest of margins and did not constitute a mandate for a strict and immediate action, nor is it necessary. In the Daily Camera, the proponents of this bill put forth the narrative that this bill would not affect local businesses, that it was merely symbolic. That turned out not to be true, as evident by the many businesses represented on the call here. We're asking that the council works as many other large cities have done in the past and take 3 years to implement this ban. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. I hope your father recovers quickly. Moving on to Catherine Leuenberger, RJ Boyle, and Jonas Leuenberger.
Hello, my name is Catherine Leuenberger. I am the owner and maker of Royal Stag hats. Did you guys hear all that? Okay, thanks. Yep. I am commenting on measure 301 tonight. I'm asking that there's an extension along with an amendment of the language of the measure, because it is very ambiguous language, and it is hard to know what is exempt from the measure and what is okay. So I am asking that the city council actually will rewrite it to let us know what is truly exempt and what is okay to be selling, because the hats, we just got knowledge that they are exempt because they are not attached to leather, but it is actually so hard to actually understand that from reading the measure, that I would ask that we actually look at writing into the ballot or the measure what is truly exempted, along with giving businesses at least a year to take this into account, so that we're not truly, I guess, going to be stuck with items that we've already purchased, because that the buying process happens seasons in advance. First, when you sell in the fall, you're buying in the spring. So thank you.
Catherine, thank you. Your time was just up, but I appreciate that. And next we have RJ Boyle, Jonas Leuenberger, and Christy Lambert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is RJ Boyle, and I am here to echo the comments already provided tonight about the ongoing issue in the Tantra Lake neighborhood. At this time, families or individuals could potentially be on the street in the middle of winter and in the middle of the holiday season, assuming that BHP has not offered them a relocation plan or a clear path towards affordable rental qualification. I want to express my concern and support those tenants who feel they're not being heard or are feeling at risk of losing their homes, and request that Council look into these tenants' complaints and ensure that the creation of increased affordable housing, which we desperately need, doesn't come at the cost of housing other neighbors. On this note, Boulder City Council should deepen their commitment to protecting tenants' rights, considering the fact that over half of Boulder residents are renters. Denver has recently formed a tenant working group and has pushed for a number of policies that protect renters' rights, and Boulder should move beyond the progress made with the newer measure, while laudable, and do the same. Finally, I want to passionately support Jen Livovich's call for a low barrier day shelter to protect our most vulnerable neighbors during this winter season. I appreciate this council's commitment to honor the souls lost on the street this year and demand that we get creative and redouble our commitments to prevent future tragedy with services for those in the elements, both in the season and ideally in the seasons to come. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you, RJ. Next, we have Jonas Leuenberger, Christy Lambert, and Lynn Siegel.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, sounds like it. Good evening, City Council. I'm Jonas Leuenberger. I'm co-owner of Royal Stag Hats with my wife, Catherine. And with the risk of just repeating things, I also would like to say a few things regarding ballot measure 301. I would like to see the grace period on the enforcement of this measure. I just think it needs to happen, at least for 6 to 9 months. Personally, yeah, we had sort of like the a verbal confirmation that our product is exempt from the measure, but I do think it is because of the ambiguity of the language of the measure. I really think it needs revision and clarification. Yeah, I would like to know that we're okay on paper. Yeah, if City Council could consider that, that would be amazing. And that's kind of it from me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jonas. Next, we have Chris Lambert, Lynn Siegel, and Patrick Murphy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to comment tonight. My name is Christy Lambert. I am the owner of Cedar and Hyde Mercantile in downtown Boulder. Cedar and Hyde is a small clothing boutique that has been family owned and operated for 8 years now. Luckily, I am not one of the businesses affected by this ban, but I have sold select fur products in the past, so I truly mean lucky. All the fur that I sell is sourced exclusively from byproducts of the food industry. I hope that you will one day make an exception for such products, but for tonight, I am here to support the local businesses that are affected this year and asking for an extension to enforcement of the ban. Businesses purchase products, as everyone has said tonight, many months in advance. For example, I purchase all my winter inventory 9 months in advance. The Fur-Free Ballot Initiative did not make it onto the ballot until January 12 of 2021, and it only just passed weeks ago. This is long after retailers have already purchased their winter inventory. Again, echoing what everyone has already said this evening. We small businesses have been through tremendous hardships these last 2 years. We have lost sales, we have lost employees. It's hard to keep employees. We've had to navigate supply chain shortage and government loans. Please do not forget that we business owners are people too. My father passed away from COVID and I was evacuated from my home due to last year's fires, which came within feet of my home while trying to keep my business alive. I'm not here for a pity party, but I'm here to say, please do not punish businesses or their owners any further. Please extend a grace period for enforcement on the fur ban, just as other cities have done. We need it, we really do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christy. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Patrick Murphy, and Chelsea Castellano.
Hi, Lynn here. Well, David Adamson called me today, and I feel like we're going to be collaborating after a polarizing lecture. I mean, a polarizing council election. We are two individuals that are going to collaborate that have been polarized in various ways, but that feel that it's timely that somehow we bring the community together and that the community finds a way to bring itself together to approach the climate change and other issues. I hope we make it through tomorrow. I don't know about how to find the weather, and I guess we're going to have a twister. I don't know. It's like, wow. I hate when the wind comes here, but we're going to be working with someone who does storytelling and speech development, and so that we can, both of us, David and me, project better to you what our feelings are and be an example, I hope, for the community of how we can all communicate better. I found last night at the TAB meeting, there's so many things going at odds that people are not integrated in what their a single effort towards something. And I think that it's timely that we do this now. You know, as I always say, I think what we really need is a per capita impact. And then we as a community can decide how many people we want here with each new development that comes before us. And decide on that and knowing what the impact is going to be so that we don't have things.
And I'm afraid your time is up. Thank you for that. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Chelsea Castellano, and Sarah Dawn Haynes.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. This presentation is about using the Boulder occupation tax, a carbon tax, in an equitable way. What is the occupation tax and what is it used for? Slide 2. Note, calling this an occupation tax is a nonsense name that means nothing. It is a carbon tax. Here's an example of a Boulder electric bill. Note that at the bottom of this bill, like your own, is the Boulder occupation tax that's a percentage of your total energy bill. It is a carbon tax. Also note that the format of your bill changed this October when the muni was finally removed from this tax. This tax should be called the Boulder carbon tax, but clarity and transparency are not always the goal. Slide 3. The occupation tax, just like the climate action plan tax, is a carbon tax. Here are the 3 carbon taxes you have paid each month and what they collect annually and cumulatively over time. The cap tax collects about 1.8 million a year, now totals 25.2 million. The occupation tax collects over 4 million a year, is not used for carbon reduction, and now totals 36 million. The muni effort collected about 2 million a year and now totals 20 million, but note that in 2017 we added 4 million, and in 2019 we added 3 million. In total, Boulder has collected $88.2 million in carbon taxes, and more than half of that was never used for real carbon reduction. Slide 4. So what's wrong? A carbon tax that is not used for carbon reduction. What could we do with that 4 to 7 million each year that is not used for carbon reduction? Solar incentives, wind source incentives, RECs, and energy use reduction. Details to come in my next presentations.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Chelsea Castellano and Sarah Dawn Haynes.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Castellano. First, I just wanted to share my gratitude to Junie for so strongly advocating for a suspension of city-led enforcement on people sharing housing. For the thousands of people living overoccupied in our community, Junie's leadership meant that their voices and needs were represented and that someone was advocating for the right to live in peace without the fear of being displaced for the crime of sharing a home. But I'm here tonight because we were made aware of the situation at Tundra Lake, where residents are being asked to leave by Boulder Housing Partners by the end of this month if they don't think that they qualify for affordable housing. I've seen some correspondence between Jeremy Durham and Tim Thomas, and it appears that there is significant disconnect between BHP and many of the residents of Tundra Lake. For example, BHP has recognized that there are 11 households living in Tundra Lake right now that were asked to leave by BHP by the end of December, and BHP has stated that they have not yet confirmed if they qualify to stay or if they have to leave. So, my question is, what will happen to these 11 families and the families who have already left because they were confused and didn't know what to do? I won't pretend to completely understand the dynamics going on here, but the thing that matters most is that tenants of Boulder's housing authority feel that they are not being treated fairly. What can feel like protocol for BHP can be an absolute crisis for the tenants. So it's important that we validate the experience of those experiencing harm. One way to reduce these types of conflicts in the future is to increase transparency between BHP and the community, especially around activities where BHP is forcing their tenants to leave. When this type of situation comes up, council and the community should know how many tenants are being asked to leave, the goals for relocating tenants, and the reality of how many of those people were successfully placed in alternate BHP housing. While we do not have much control. Oh, okay. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thanks for that. Last, we have Sarah Dawn Haynes, and then we'll see if any of the missing people are back.
Hello, this is Sarah Dawn. I am speaking for myself and as also a 15-year friend of Tim Thomas. We served on CU's first Environmental Justice Board for several years together. And I also wear other hats, the Executive Committee for CR Club IPG Group, Bedrooms Are for People volunteer, and before that, BOCHA, Boulder Community Housing Association, and before that, Make Boulder Home. And when we started organizing around housing almost 7 years ago, it was about protecting our friends who were facing eviction from and working to keep our low-income renter community whole. Friends from my environmental work have, gotten to know that I'm deep in on the housing issues and often reach out, like Tim did. And I fully support Tim's plea to have council, look into this. What Jake and Chelsea and RJ have all brought up, help us understand what council can do to keep our community whole. And I'm, also looking at the history of, or I'm sorry, the work of Dr. Julian Agyeman, who's now a advisory for Mayor Wu in Boston. And I think that that's just wonderful leadership that both Tim Thomas and I have deeply invested in as a mentor and guide. And that these are, on the heels of the dedication for National Homeless Persons Memorial Day, really struck a chord with me. And so I appreciate your attention, kind of digging in and helping us all get on the same page. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah Dawn. And we have confirmed that Preston Smith and Lydia Hall are still not here. So with that, we're going to bring open comment to a close. And Nuria or Sandra, do you have any responses to what we've heard?
I just wanted to thank those folks that are really thinking, and including council members who are thinking about our unsheltered population at this time, right? And I know that Kurt spoke a bit about some of the concerns and what can be planned, and I wholeheartedly know the constraints we have with staff as we move forward. I also wanted to share, and I know he mentioned it too, that we have been in touch with emergency management, and I wanted to assure community that we are monitoring, or they are monitoring the situations, and we will be talking all throughout the day. As Kurt mentioned, that communication to providers has gone out, and if there is a need, depending on the strength of the wind, and if there is, to your point, Matt, if there is flying debris, if there is conditions that are unsafe, then emergency management has the wherewithal to activate an emergency shelter mission, which will then bring some additional resources to the table. So I just wanted to express my thanks and know that we will be monitoring this throughout the day to make sure that people are safe and fine, particularly in the evening. We know that there are some places for folks to go during the day, but in the evening when there are not, we want to make sure that we are paying attention and leaning in. And if anything comes up, we will of course let council know.
Thanks very much for that, Nuri. I appreciate that a great deal, to know that if there is an active emergency, we will have options. Sandra?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any comments other than to say that I will be addressing some of the comments made regarding the Humane Clothing Act under matters from City Attorney. So just wanted to mention that.
Great. Yeah, we will be clarifying how a focus on education rather than enforcement when the measure first goes into effect. So it's going to be a couple hours before we get there, but we are going to have a more full update a little later on this evening, folks who are concerned about that. And Nuri, do we also have, I think, information from Kurt about the situation at Tantra Lakes?
Yes, I apologize. I was just tagging him to make sure that he was ready, and he certainly is. So we will send that over to Kurt.
Great.
Good evening, Council. I'll introduce myself again for those who weren't at the beginning of the meeting. I'm Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. So thanks for that opportunity, Aaron. We have received some emails with concerns about the transition at Tantra. I can give you a little background. I'm not going to speak for BHP, but I have information that may be helpful, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. So BHP, in partnership with the city, purchased the Tantra apartments in 2016. It was part of the City Council's, one of City Council's priorities around affordable housing preservation. At that time, I believe it was about 30 or 40% of the units were designated as affordable. There was a transition that occurred at the beginning with those first units. There's always been an expectation that this project would transition to 100% affordable as the resources were available. BHP since 2016 and recently applied for additional LIHTC funds to transition the remaining apartments at Tantra into affordable housing. Residents who live at Tantra were notified of that in April of this year, formally, as well as other communications that had occurred previously around the direction of the Tantra apartments. So the BHP has been working with those tenants since April. What we understand from our communication from BHP today is that there's 11 residents that they're still working with. Some of the residents that were living there qualify for affordable housing and they're staying there. Others, their leases are not renewed. However, they're given time to transition to a different apartment, and BHP assists with that. I don't know that we've heard from any of those residents from Tantra concerns that they're experiencing. The other thing that I'll mention is that the process that BHP is going through at Tantra actually occurs through our affordable housing portfolio every year in a very similar way. Residents who live in affordable housing have to, every other year, they have to show their income and that they still qualify for affordable housing. Most residents maintain their affordable housing, but some residents, their incomes go up and they get promotions at work or they have significant increases in their salary. When that occurs, we let those individuals know and they're able to continue with the rest of their lease, and they're often given additional months as needed to make that transition, often giving them a year of grace to do that. So this situation is similar to that process that we go through with other affordable housing developments as well. But I'm glad to answer any other questions that you may have with the public communications that you received this week.
Well, I'll start out if I could. Thanks for all that information, Kurt. That's very helpful. What I saw in an email from BHP is that folks, in fact, are not getting evicted, that they're still working with people to find new housing. Can you confirm that in fact, people are not being evicted in the next few weeks?
Yeah, that's correct. BHP, in fact, none of our housing providers, affordable housing providers, evict individuals through this process. And eviction is a technical term with a technical process. It doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to not continue the lease when the lease ends. And so that's where that transition occurs. And that's why BHP gives several months notice to work with individuals on that transition. But BHP does not evict individuals through this process.
Thanks. But and then to confirm, the eviction is a formal process, but they're also not forcing people to leave their housing in the next 3 weeks either, right? That they're continuing to work on solutions.
That's correct.
Thanks for that. Did anybody else have any other questions for Kurt? I see Nicole.
I just wanted to make sure that I understand. So it sounds like for the folks whose leases are ending, that they weren't necessarily given the option to renew because the housing is going to be converted for folks who need affordable housing. But what I'm still a little unclear on kind of the status of those families that we heard about who are, I know they're not going to be evicted, but it sounds like their lease is ending and they don't have an option of where else to go. Is that, I mean, at what point are they kind of out of housing options? Is that what some of this is referring to, as to, people being concerned about families being out on the streets in 3 weeks?
Yeah, well, I haven't heard from any of those 11 households. But again, the process of communicating with them would have started in April. However, leases expire at various times during the year. So someone's lease could have expired in October, someone else's may not expire until February or March of next year. So they would be working with those residents to plan towards the end of that lease. But if they're still running into challenges, BHP is flexible with helping them make that transition. And it's not unusual for a month or two to be added to the lease as they make that transition.
Okay, and it sounds like if there are families who are experiencing these struggles that BHP is not aware of, what would they do in order to get on people's radar that they needed some help? Would they contact BHP or?
Yes, they would contact BHP, and BHP is contacting them. So BHP is in contact with all of those 11 households. I'll also say that 11 is a small portion of those that have transitioned out. So these are the sort of the remaining 11 that have occurred since April of this year.
Okay, thanks for all of that, Kurt. Do any council members have any other follow-up from open comment? All right, seeing none, then we can move on to the consent agenda. Alicia, can you talk us through that, please?
Of course, sir. Thank you. Next on tonight's agenda, we have item number 3, which is our consent agenda, which includes items A, C through H. B was removed for the record.
Thank you. And I believe that one of those, it's about a first reading of designating 1902 Walnut Street as an individual landmark. And I believe we're going to get some information about the process that's been followed and is going to be followed on that. Sandra, are you the point person for that?
I am. Thank you, Mayor. There were some allegations or some communication from 2 individuals to council regarding some alleged deficiencies in the process related to the Landmarks Board October hearing. And so regarding those process allegations, I respectfully disagree with their position. There were no legal process errors, and therefore you should not invalidate the Landmarks Board decision. And some of the reasons to support this are as follows. Section 1-3-5 of the BRC is applicable to quasi-judicial hearings, and it states, quote, in the absence of objection, the hearing may be conducted informally, and failure to request any procedure shall constitute a waiver thereof. No objection was made at the October Landmarks quasi-judicial hearing, so the objection is therefore waived. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just got a message that my internet is kind of weak, so I just wanted to make sure. Secondly, the board's determination is the recommendation to City Council, but Council actually makes the final decision. And Council is scheduled to conduct a quasi-judicial hearing on the matter on January 4th. And during that hearing, it will take evidence into consideration de novo, which means that it will take it as if it's being heard for the first time. So even with the non-sworn testimony that is alleged, there is still substantial evidence in the record to support the Landmark Board's decision. And then I would also add that even if a court were to find error, which I do not think is likely, a court would likely find it to be harmless error since all of the witnesses were provided an opportunity to testify and their reliability is not in question. Lastly, I'd just like to say that applicants have a legal right to rebuttal in a quasi-judicial hearing, but members of the public do not. However, the public will have an opportunity to provide input to council at the January 4th hearing.
Thank you for all that, Sandra. That's very helpful. And in other words, we could proceed with approving the first reading tonight, and then we would just scrupulously follow the correct procedures for quasi-judicial hearing at our hearing in public hearing in January as a de novo kind of a thing.
Exactly. And I guess I'd also take the opportunity to note that the council rules of procedure are slightly different in that they actually state that testimony does not need to be sworn. So it alleviates that requirement. So that's not something that will be done at the hearing on January 4th. That nobody will be sworn in at that time.
Thanks again for all that. Does anybody have any follow-up with Sandra on that? Any other comments on the consent agenda? Oh, Matt, we've got something.
I have a procedural question. For items F through H, for those of us that were not present or were not elected, what's the right procedure with regards to us presumably not voting? Is it a recusal? Is it what is the procedure that you recommend for those of us not weighing in on those three items?
Sandra, do you abstain in that situation?
I believe that that's the case in the past, that we've had folks just abstain. And I'd welcome if there's any other input from Alicia Johnson, the city clerk, that I would welcome that as well, if she has any other thoughts.
With my research regarding that particular measure, and I see Bob has his hand up as well, probably to help me with that historically, it seems that there was no continuous way to follow it. So some years the actual new council members abstained, in other years they did read the minutes and review the meeting, and then they did feel comfortable approving it. So I think it's up to you as individuals at this point. Bob, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I think we follow Robert's rules, and my reading of Robert's rules is that it is not necessary for a board member to have been present at a meeting in order to approve the meeting minutes. So I think if a council member wants to abstain, you certainly can, but you don't have to. And it's very common for board members or bodies members to vote to approve minutes, even though they didn't attend or participate.
Appreciate the parliamentary advice, Bob. Rachel?
Just a question, like if everybody who is here right now, but who was not present at the September 21st meeting recused, there would only be, I think, 3 of us who could vote on that one to approve. Like that, if we don't have a quorum as to an issue, would that not then get passed? So, because I think Bob and Junie were not present for a good portion of that meeting. So just wondering if that means that people would need to vote even if they were not at a meeting.
So doesn't an abstention count as a yes vote effectively in our rules?
I believe so, yes.
So it's a good question, Rachel, but I think it would still work out because they'd end up going down as a yes, even with an abstention. Okay, well, and I have one comment on the consent agenda. The first item is approval of council committee assignments for 2022. And thanks to everyone for the collaboration and figuring out who went where. There's a lot of discussions on that. I'm glad it worked out. My one request would be that the appointment of Nicole Spear to the Denver Regional Council of Governments be post-dated to December 17th to give me a chance to serve one last meeting tomorrow night before heading off that board. And that, Bob.
I'm just going to move the consent agenda as read by Alicia a few minutes ago.
Great. Can I make that friendly amendment of changing the effective date of Dr.
With the friendly amendment from Mayor Brockman.
Okay, to December 17th.
Second with the friendly amendment included.
Great. Any discussion, or we can just take a vote. This is a roll call, I believe.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. We will start with Councilmember Folkerts.
I approve, except for I would like to abstain from
items F through H, as I was under the impression that I was not allowed to weigh in on them and therefore did not read them.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes, and I also would like to abstain for F through H. I did read them, but did not watch those meetings, and I don't remember if those were ones I watched before getting elected. Thank you.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weiner,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes, but I too would like to abstain from items F through H, as I was also under the impression that we were not allowed to weigh in on meetings we were not present for and thus did not read the minutes.
and Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
The consent agenda with items A and C through H was approved with the noted abstentions from Folkert, Spear, and Benjamin.
Great. Thanks, everyone. We can move into our call-ups. We've got a couple of call-up check-ins. Alicia, you want to talk us through those?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 4A is the call-up consideration for the landmark alteration certificate for window replacement / rehabilitation at 2420 10th Street, contributing property in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
Thanks. Any desire to call this one up?
Me.
Tara?
Yeah.
And then Lauren. So Tara, you're just gonna vote, and Lauren, did you wanna speak? So, Lauren, I saw you raise your hand, but I wasn't sure what you meant.
Yeah. Well, I just had are we going to hear more about this, or we're just voting on whether or not we want to call it up?
If you wanted to ask a question, yeah, feel free.
Okay. So one of the questions that I had was, I heard that this building had caught fire since the landmarks meeting and discussion. And I just wanted to clarify that that we believe that the windows actually are salvageable, or, like that the call up or not has, would be meaningful because the windows could be saved or something like that, or not.
Marcy, I see you popping up there.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for your question. So in a unfortunate turn of events, there was a building fire at this address the night of the Landmarks Board hearing. And so the Landmarks Board held a public hearing and approved the rehabilitation of the windows. And then after the hearing was closed, staff and the Landmarks Board were informed that the building had been damaged by fire. I spoke with the architect today, and fortunately, it sounds like there wasn't extensive structural damage, though they still have an engineering report that they're waiting on. But it sounds like the windows, the porch, and some other elements were damaged and will need to be replaced. And so we are working with the property owners. They're intending to submit a new landmark alteration certificate application for review that includes replacement of the windows, and the current condition of the windows will be considered as part of that review. And we'll also work internally to expedite that review to the extent possible.
Marcy, could you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm Marcy Gerwing, Historic Preservation Planner in Planning and Development Services.
Thank you. Lauren, did you have a follow-up? And then we've got Mark and Matt.
No, that was great. Thank you so much, Marcy, for that.
I guess my question is it not a bit premature to be either calling up or not calling up an application when there's a much larger scope that's coming down the road? Should we not be doing that all at once?
My understanding is that the application in front of you for call up is for the rehabilitation of the windows. And whether, if the council does not call it up, that decision will be final. And then they would submit a new application, starting a new process going forward. And so the decision by the Landmarks Board did not consider the information about the fire damage.
Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of following on Mark here, because it seems odd to call this up and debate this when it's going to effectively be changed in a subsequent application. So I mean, am I understanding that that's kind of, we're going to sort of rehash this and have a little deja vu?
Yes, so if they, or when they do submit a new application, it's not necessarily going to go to the full Landmarks Board, which is the decision that's subject to a city council call up. It's possible that the review and approval could happen at the committee level, and that you all wouldn't see it again, but it is a separate application with a increased scope of work because of the fire damage. And I would also mention that in speaking with the architect today, the owners don't they don't wish to have it called up. They weren't intending to ask for that tonight.
Oh, they don't want it called up.
That's what my understanding is from the architect.
Okay. Well, given all of that, is there any interest in calling this up? Okay, seeing lots of shaking heads. Well, poor folks, structure fire on the very night of Landmarks Board hearing. Hope the damage isn't too extensive or expensive. Great, so Alicia, our next one, please.
Next, sir, we have item 4B, which is the call-up consideration concerning the water services agreement with University of Colorado at Boulder for the East Campus.
Very good. Were we going to get a quick description about this, or are we just available for comments?
Mayor, I think we've got Ed Stafford at the ready, certainly to respond. And if there's a comments he wants to make beforehand, he certainly could.
And can I'm sorry, so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask if I could recuse myself from this part of the conversation, just given my relationship with the university.
Thanks for bringing that up, Nicole. Absolutely. Well, you can turn your camera off and I'll text you when we're done. Okay, very festive looking Edward Stafford there. What do you got for us?
My apologies, that was from a different meeting. We will switch that one. So what you have before you tonight for call-up consideration is a fairly routine, although not something we do on a regular basis, water service agreement. This one happens to be with the University of Colorado at Boulder for their East Campus. We have similar for their main campus. We have them with a few other users, such as Avery Brewing was one of a more recent one in the last few years. These are agreements that are actually required by the Boulder Revised Code when you have a larger water supply. And this helps to ensure that we have an agreement on what the water is will be supplying to them, and the issues that are beyond the more typical smaller meters. This particular one will allow the university to treat the East Campus as a total campus with their water. They'll have a water budget similar, actually the same right now to what they have. If they need to increase it for future development, they would be subject to the same fees as anybody else. This will allow them to do a master meter system though, rather than metering each individual building. So they'll be able to both control the water across their campus, and they also will take on the responsibility for the water distribution system beyond those master meters. With that, certainly if there are questions, happy to provide additional information or answer any questions.
Thanks for that. Any questions or desire to call this one up? I'm not seeing either of them. So not seeing any, we'll say no to that call up. And Edward, thanks for that information. All right, I think that takes us into our one and only public hearing for the evening.
All right, sir. We have item 5A, which is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt by emergency measure ordinance 8514, amending Title IX Land Use Code of the BRC 1981 to add conditional use standards for oil and gas operations, amending Title III, the Revenue and Taxation, BRC 1981, to adopt an oil and gas pollution tax, and repealing Ordinance 8435 and setting forth related details.
Great. And let's just give Nicole a moment to come back into the meeting. I texted her a minute ago. There she is. Welcome back, Nicole. And I'll just, before we get started, I'll just lay out, as we do our public hearings, the structure will be a staff presentation, and we can ask questions of staff. Then we can hear from the public. Then we can make comments after the public hearing. So presentation, questions, public hearing, and then comments, and then leading up to a motion and a vote of some kind. Okay, with that structure, Carl, you want to take it away?
Good evening, council members. I'm Carl Geiler. I'm Senior Planner with the Department of Planning and Development Services. Tonight, I'm going to talk about the proposed oil and gas regulations for the city of Boulder. It's contained in Ordinance 8514. That ordinance, which is attached to your packet, basically covers a number of items. So it makes two changes to the Boulder Revised Code. So in one instance, it will add new oil and gas regulations to Title IX, which is the city's land use code. It'll also entail the inclusion of a new oil and gas pollution tax, which gets added to Title III, which is revenue and taxation within the Boulder Revised Code. It would also repeal the moratorium on oil and gas drilling upon passage. So one thing I wanted to make clear to the council tonight is, as an emergency ordinance, it does require a 2/3 vote of council. If it was to pass, it would become ineffective immediately. And the reason that staff is recommending this is that the moratorium expires on December 31st, so it would put these regulations into effect before that expiration date. So one thing that we mentioned to planning board was that as city staff, we don't claim to be experts on oil and gas in the industry, but we have learned much in the last year. We have been assisted by an attorney who's an expert in the oil and gas industry. Her name is Elizabeth Parañas, and she's joined with us tonight and will be available to answer any technical questions on oil and gas. And I'll also note that there are very few sites that would be eligible in the city of Boulder, and I'll point that out as we go through the presentation, but we do feel that it is important to get these regulations within the Boulder Revised Code. So as the mayor noted, can you all see the presentation? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Yes.
As the mayor noted, we'll start with the staff presentation on the proposed ordinance, then followed by clarifying questions on the ordinance to staff, and then we'll have the public hearing, and then council will deliberate the ordinance and make a decision on the ordinance tonight. So on the slide is a basic definition of what hydraulic fracturing is, or what is more widely known as fracking. We've also included some links within the staff memo to some of the state websites that cover oil and gas drilling in the state of Colorado. And as the council knows, fracking has increased significantly in recent years. And much of this industry is regulated by the state. So it's specifically regulated by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, or what we call the COGCC. So the map that you can see up on the screen here shows a portion of Boulder County. So you'll see the city of Boulder on the left and East Boulder County on the right side. So those yellow dots are actually active wells. You can see there's not many active wells near the city of Boulder. That area that's in the kind of like bubbles around where all the yellow dots are is called the Wattenberg Field. So it's a area that's where the oil and gas is more prevalent. It's more easily accessed. So that's why you see a lot more drilling in East Boulder County. So obviously, we've been looking to Boulder County on their regulations on how they regulate the oil and gas drilling. The white dots basically show either abandoned wells or inactive wells. There are wells that date back to turn of the prior century in the city of Boulder, but we don't have any active wells currently. So if we were to apply the current land use code to oil and gas drilling, irrespective of the moratorium, the way the code would recognize oil and gas is it's in our definition for mining industries. So currently in the city of Boulder, in the industrial manufacturing and agricultural zones, it does permit mining industries with approval of a use review application. And if you're familiar with a use review, it is an involved process, but it only has a small number of criteria that relate to character of the area, compatibility with the area, compatibility with the zoning. So it isn't very specific to oil and gas. So that's why we find that it's critical to add these regulations to the land use code. So efforts to ban oil and gas drilling have been challenged. We did include an example in the packet of the city of Longmont. In response to the increase in drilling that we've seen along the Front Range, a lot of communities have been enacting moratorium on drilling applications. So the city of Boulder has started the moratorium in 2013, and it's been extended a number of times. The Boulder moratorium now expires at the end of this month, so that's why we're bringing this forward. A number of other communities enacted moratorium, but they've also adopted regulations in the last few months, and their moratoriums have been repealed. So since 2019, the state did an update to the state legislation, which is Senate Bill 19-181, and it, in response to some of the growing concerns of the impacts of oil and gas drilling in the state basically broadens what the local jurisdictions could do to regulate oil and gas operations. It was largely just regulated by the state previously, but now local governments have a wider power. So they have specified that if regulations are reasonable and apply to surface impacts, cities can and counties can adopt new regulations to evaluate the potential impacts. So since that was passed in 2019, a number of communities, many communities along the Front Range have been adopting new regulations. So we've been researching those regulations. Some examples locally are Boulder County adopted their regulations at the end of 2020. Erie adopted regulations in 2020. And then going into this year, Commerce City, Broomfield, Lafayette, and Westminster have also adopted very similar regs to what we're talking about tonight. Fort Collins is in the process of developing their regulations now. So you'll see a lot of references to the 2,000-foot setback in the memo, and we've talked about it in some correspondence. This really derives from an environmental assessment that was done by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, where they did measurements at different distances away from wells to see what the impacts would be. And they found at 2,000 feet that there were still detectable chemicals in the air that could potentially cause harm. So this really substantiated the state to adopt or revise their setbacks in their code. It previously had just been 500 feet and they increased it to 2,000 feet. They do have mechanisms in the state code where you can reduce that setback down, but you have to basically demonstrate that you're providing the same level of protection as if it were at 2,000 feet. So a number of other jurisdictions have adopted that 2,000 feet into their regs, and we are proposing the same. And these setbacks would be from places where there's human occupation, in residential units, schools, daycare centers, senior care facilities. There's a little bit of deviation between some of the jurisdictions on what they include in that land use list. We've included hospitals and recreation areas, playgrounds, things of that nature. So you can see with the 2,000-foot setback that there's very few sites in the city of Boulder that would be eligible. Obviously, city of Boulder is very developed. And it's not like, places like Boulder County or areas of Broomfield that have wide open lands where there's easier ways for oil and gas drilling to occur in those areas. So you can see the purple and the green are those areas largely up in Gun Barrel and small portions in East Boulder, and the agricultural land between Gun Barrel and the rest of the city up north is the areas that would be eligible based on this 2,000-foot setback. The blue basically denotes recreation facilities. That does make some additional areas in East Boulder ineligible, so we wanted to make that clear. And this is actually in the attachment B of the packet. So attachment A contains the draft ordinance. As we've noted in the packet, it's largely based on Boulder County regulations, which are very comprehensive on addressing air quality, assessing impact like soils, impact, odor, noise. We find that going with what Boulder County has prepared would make a good way of being consistent between coordination between the county and the city. Obviously, because there's open space lands that are adjacent to city-owned lands, it makes sense to have the same regulations. We can also use the same resources and get advice from each other. Lafayette based their regulations on Boulder County. So just having some sort of alignment between the regulations makes sense. So that's why we're suggesting that we use a lot of the content of Boulder County regulations. Like other jurisdictions that we've mentioned, a lot of similarities. Most of the communities require pre-application, neighborhood meetings before an application even comes in. Many communities have a review called special review. That's something that we used to call it in the city of Boulder. It's now called use review. So the use review process would be consistent with other jurisdictions and how they evaluate. There'd be requirements for specific studies to make findings of no or minimized impact, and that decisions would be made by planning board or city councils in these decisions, and also the 2,000-foot setbacks, as I mentioned before. So getting into the content of the ordinance, we are proposing that the mining industries definition that I spoke of before would be revised. So basically removing the references to oil and gas and keeping mining industries to be different like other types of mining industries instead of oil and gas, and then creating a new definition for oil and gas in the code. This is similar to what Lafayette had done. And then we would add oil and gas operations to the use table as a use review use in the industrial manufacturing and agricultural zone. As I mentioned, there would be a pre-application and good neighbor meeting process. We're also proposing to add the geophysical exploration permit. This is not common along the Front Range, but it was incorporated into the Boulder County regs. They adopted their geophysical exploration permits from a jurisdiction in Pennsylvania, but it's basically like if any kind of company comes in and wants to test for whether or not they want to do any kind of drilling, they do have these special trucks that cause like vibrations where they can sense where they can drill. So Boulder County opted to put that in their code to actually have a special review process. And we're proposing to do the same. Again, the likelihood of this is probably fairly low. But if it were to happen, there would be a land use review and it would be subject to planning board call up. And then if anybody was to request to drill, they would be required to go through a use review process. So there'd be specific impact related criteria and the requirement to go to planning board. And then any decision that planning board would make on such an application would be subject to city council call up. So we're proposing to add the regulations at the end of our chapter 9.6 in our land use code because these particular regulations are probably not going to be used that frequently and actually add a substantial amount of length to our land use code. We're proposing that it be added to as 9.6.12b, which would be at the end of chapter 9.6. It would require public notice to properties 1 mile from any request site. An extensive written statement would have to be prepared, covering those things that are shown on the slide. There'd be a number of different detailed plans that would be required. The first 7 on that list, like wetlands plans, floodplain plans, tree inventory, these are all things that are fairly common in a site review application. But beyond the outdoor lighting plan, there's a number of more detailed plans that aren't typically required that we've seen. And if you look at other jurisdiction regulations, it's consistent with that. So dust suppression plans, facility layout and pipeline plans, electrification plans. These are all new requirements being added to the land use code. This is table 2 from your memo packet. There's also a requirement for very detailed studies that would have to be prepared by experts, certified experts in the field that would assess for a number of different things on air quality, odor, noise and vibration, impact to floodplains, looking at cultural and historic resources. Again, this is very consistent with other communities. We also put some language in the code that would require basically a peer review, or we would get consultant referrals, so that there would have to be experts hired to evaluate any studies prepared by the applicant. The applicant would have to pay for those, and those consultants would have to make recommendations to the city as to whether the specific review criteria that are in the code that relate to each of these topics would be met. So if you've reviewed the ordinance, you'll see that there's an extensive section that talks about, air quality. There has to be a finding made on, that it either there is no impact or minimizes and mitigates any impact. Same for water, same for stormwater, same for wildlife. It's very extensive. So the way we look at this is it's much like how the city reviewed the Hogan Pancoast project. And I know some of you are familiar with that project. There was a lot of extensive studies that were done for that project. And there was also the peer review and consultants that had to advise on each of the studies. So if any proposal did come in, it would be an extensive review by a number of different folks that before a recommendation is made to planning board. There's been a fair amount of input on these regulations. We've consulted with Boulder County. We've talked to planning board. We've heard from some industry experts. We've also gotten input from our hired consultant who I mentioned, Elizabeth Piranhas. So based on that feedback, we have added reverse setbacks to the code. This is like if an oil and gas facility gets established somewhere, it would set up a setback mechanism for any new development coming close to it. And this is a fairly new thing in some of these regulations. Some of the jurisdictions have not adopted reverse setbacks, excuse me. So there's a lot of variation between what the setbacks are and not too many studies on this as of yet. So it might be something we have to revise in the future. But what we're proposing now is that if there is an oil and gas facility that's in the pre-production phase, so that's when they're actually setting up the site, putting the drill rig in, constructing everything, doing the drilling activities that actually can lead to the highest level of impact, there would be a reverse setback for specified uses at 2,000 feet for a single well pad or 2,500 feet for a multi-well pad. And then after it goes out of the pre-production phase into production. So production is basically when it's extracting the chemicals, oil and gas from the ground, and there's not as much particulates going in the air. That's the production phase. That setback would then reduce to 500 feet. And then if it was capped off later, that setback would reduce to 250 feet. So we have looked at a number of other jurisdictions on that for some guidance. Erie is in the process of actually increasing their reverse setback from, I believe, 350 feet up to 500 feet for those that are in production. We are proposing an expiration date for the use review approval at 10 years. This is based on Boulder County's regs. It's not something that is common in other jurisdictions. The other jurisdictions, once they get approval, they can continue to operate. Boulder County opted to give 10 years. This is really meant to reevaluate an operation if it were to be around for that long, and whether they're still meeting best practices or whether there needs to be any changes, or whether there's updates to the oil and gas regs that should be applied to the operation. So we're proposing to adopt that same regulation. We've made some updates to the insurance coverage requirements. Our expert attorney has made some recommendations, including the 2,500 foot setback for multi-well sites, inclusion of alternative site analysis as part of pre-app, and then also making some adjustments to the language as to not conflict with state law. So based on this, it's been over a year of analysis on this. We feel that the regulations are very comprehensive and do address a lot of the potential impacts. And we feel that we've tried to strike a balance with the potential of allowing this while also keeping the appropriate distances and enabling a very extensive process to assess for impacts. And we find that the regs as proposed would meet these Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan policies. We presented this to the planning board in November. They unanimously recommended approval of the ordinance to city council. So based on that, we're recommending approval of it. This is the motion language on the slide. Again, the ordinance relates to adding the new language in Title IX, the land use code, adding the new language on the oil and gas pollution tax. I didn't mention that tax was actually passed by a public referendum of a vote in 2018. So this is because we're actually enabling oil and gas operations in the city, and there could be extractions. It's now the appropriate time to implement that tax. So that is part of the ordinance, and it would repeal Ordinance 8435, which is the last ordinance that extended the moratorium. So staff is recommending that council pass the ordinance as an emergency measure tonight. So that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks so much for that, Carl, for the excellent presentation and also for the whole year's worth of work on this complicated and difficult subject. So much appreciation to you and staff or other staff for all of that. And also, I know Mark and Nicole sent questions in advance. Appreciate those getting answered as well. And now additional questions. Tara, I see you've got your hand up.
Other people could possibly ask the same question. So here's my question. I understand that we want consistency with Boulder County. And also at 2,000 feet, there are concerns with noise, odor, and air quality, et cetera. So why would Boulder County pick 2,000 feet if there were still concerns at 2,000 feet?
I think a lot of jurisdictions have chosen 2,000 feet because the 2,000 feet started in the health study, and then it translated into the state law. So a lot of jurisdictions adopted the 2,000 feet. And what that really means is that at 2,000 feet, it doesn't mean like if you have an oil and gas operation at 2,000 feet, it doesn't mean that there's not going to be impacts. It means that there were measurements detected at that area, which substantiates the need to have the process to evaluate for impacts. So I see Elizabeth has jumped on, so maybe she can add to that as well.
Sure, I'm happy to. Thanks so much, Carl, and thanks for the question. I mean, the truth of the matter is it's very hard to figure out exactly what the right distance is from an oil and gas facility where there will be no impacts or where there will even be safe impacts, right? I mean, it's an industrial activity. There are, unfortunately, adverse impacts associated with it. Some of those are air emissions, some of those are, noise impacts, dust, light pollution. So a setback is only one tool in the toolbox to either avoid or minimize impacts to public health and the environment and people's welfare. There's a suite of requirements in the rules that also either eliminate or mitigate adverse impacts, and things like requiring zero emitting equipment be used where there will be no air emissions at all from certain types of equipment that's used at an oil and gas facility, requiring noise monitoring and setting decibel limits above which a violation would occur if the noise exceeded that threshold, right? So you have to look at the regulations in their entirety to really make an assessment as to how protective they are. And the setback is certainly a component of that, but it's really only one component. And in my opinion, it's not even the most important component. I would say those other measures that eliminate or mitigate adverse impacts are actually more important with respect to protecting public health and the environment. So that's another piece of the puzzle.
Elizabeth, thanks for that answer. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Absolutely, sure. So I'm Elizabeth Pranos. I'm outside counsel to the city, helping them with these oil and gas regulations. And I've also helped a number of other local jurisdictions both revise their local oil and gas regulations, including the city and county of Broomfield, the city of Lafayette, Aurora, Westminster, Boulder County, just to name a few. And then I represent some of those local governments before the COGCC and the Air Quality Control Commission when those entities update their regulations. And I also do a lot of work for the Environmental Defense Fund on state, federal, and international air quality regulations related specifically to oil and gas operations.
Thank you. Tara, anything else? Matt, then Mark.
Well, I want to thank you, Carl, for the extensive process and work that's gone into getting to this place and getting us to a place where we're able to move beyond the moratorium and find some regulatory means of moving forward. So I appreciate those efforts. I have really two questions. One is really kind of a follow-up to something that Mark wrote in his hotline post. And there's reference into sort of like the city has the authority to determine if the cleanup has been satisfactorily performed. And what I'm curious about is, does the city have the final word or sole discretion on that? Or are there state entities that share the jurisdiction on evaluating such cleanups?
I'm happy to answer that question. So absolutely, there are state entities, both the Water Quality Control Commission, the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and also EPA could have authority depending on where the contamination is. So if it, for example, absolute worst case scenario would be there's contamination of drinking water, then all three of those entities would actually have jurisdiction and would most likely be the primary entities responsible for ensuring that the cleanup is done according to each of their specific water quality standards.
Well, thank you for that. That's a helpful answer. The other question I have is more pertaining to light pollution. In some of my work in creating a dark sky reserve in central Idaho, one of the flanking areas is an open pit molybdenum mine. And we've been trying to work hard to mitigate the light pollution that comes off that surface extraction mining operation. And one of the conflicts we faced is that there tends to be a deference towards OSHA regulations and lighting around oil and gas and or mining, and that local regulations and that of the around and those rules around the dark sky reserve were somehow not allowed to sort of take effect in regulating the lighting that could be done in the mining operation. So I'm wondering here, do OSHA regulations really sort of override our lighting ordinances and our lighting codes? Or is there some shared responsibility? Is there a way for us to sort of influence what's done with what is effectively just big barn burning, massive halogen and super bright lights and a major impact to light pollution and the enjoyment of the environment?
So the city absolutely has authority to regulate light pollution. That was one of the explicit areas of local authority that the legislature granted in SB 19181. The COGCC also has authority to regulate light pollution from oil and gas facilities, and they also have standards. And importantly, the city standards can be more stringent than those that have been adopted by the COGCC. I am unaware of OSHA regulations. I'm definitely not an OSHA expert, so there absolutely may be some that apply to oil and gas. I have never heard of OSHA preemption of local oil and gas or even state oil and gas lighting standards. So I guess what I would say is the city certainly has authority to regulate this particular source of pollution. So does the state. You can be more strict than the state. I'm unaware of any OSHA preemption issues.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Good. Mark, then Rachel.
Okay. Well, first, I want to thank staff. Given the mind-numbing complexity of this subject, I think you've done a terrific job in grappling with it. In a community where it's very hard to reach consensus on anything, I'm pretty sure that there's a consensus in Boulder that we would like to see the most rigorous standards possible, consistent with Senate Bill 19181. And so my question is, have we achieved that? Is there any portion of this where there would be greater flexibility to push the envelope to increase our standards? I mean, if we had 2,500 feet rather than 2,000 feet, are we likely to have this entire structure invalidated in a court proceeding? And more generally, are there any other areas where that envelope could be pushed and still maintain a consistency with 19181?
So I'm happy to take a shot at that. So as I mentioned, I've helped a number of other local governments in Colorado review and revise their regulations, both pre and post the adoption of 19181, as well as representing local governments before the COGCC, both pre 19181 and also during the mission change rulemaking, where the state did a complete overhaul of their regulations. You know, in my opinion, Boulder County did a very good job of adopting extremely robust protective regulations. Since then, the city of Boulder, as well as other entities that I've worked with, have, I would say, refined and strengthened in a few discrete areas some of the Boulder County standards. It is always, I think, possible with hindsight or just additional review to go back and find some standard that could be stronger, right? So to say that like these regulations are the absolute most protective that they possibly could be, including the setback, I think that's just, it's challenging to say. However, as compared to all of the other Front Range local governments that have adopted regulations post 19181, and in light of what the state did during its mission change rulemaking, I can't right now today identify some area where I would recommend the city go further. I think we have, we've reviewed what the county did. We've reviewed the city's draft. We've refined the city's draft. I think we are, putting before you the most protective set of regulations that comport with local authority that we can as of today.
And that includes having a variance procedure. I'm very troubled by that because the potential for a variance is a potential for litigation if we fail to grant it. And I'm very concerned about that. Also concerned about the 10-year term before reapplication is required. Why not 7, 8, 6? I don't have a magic answer to this, but again, I'm just trying to see how far the envelope can be pushed before we would have legal jeopardy.
And I guess I would say that's very hard to just estimate. There's always some legal risk. There has to be a basis for the regulations, and they do have to comport with the law. Certainly, I think there have been some areas of potential improvement that have been raised by council members over the last few days that I believe staff has either responded to already in a memo or may respond to this evening. So I'm not saying there may not be some revisions that will be made this evening, but overall, my assessment of the draft is it's a very comprehensive, strong, protective draft that does comport with the law and minimizes litigation risk, although of course there's always the risk of litigation.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Rachel, then Nicole.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks for the presentation. One question for Nuria. Did the Environmental Advisory Board look at this or weigh in at all?
I actually would have to ask staff because I do not know.
Okay.
They did not.
Okay. I was just thinking it would be helpful. I understand we're in an emergency situation now and late in the game, but maybe for future reference, this seems like a good thing for that board to have been invited to advise on. And then second, I'm just wondering if you could put the map back up. I think this is to Carl, and just show us again where the wells could go. Like, there's not much happening now. There are some capped wells, as I understand it, but with the 2,000 feet buffer, where can you just walk through one more time where it's possible?
Can you see my cursor?
I can't see anything.
Sorry.
Your presentation isn't up anymore, Carl. There we go.
Just for people who are living nearby or businesses, so people know exactly what is implicated by this 2,000 foot buffer.
Yeah, my cursor. Can you see my cursor now?
Yeah, now I can. Yep.
So there's this stem of land that connects the main part of Boulder over to Gun Barrel. You can see these agricultural lands in here would be eligible. There's also land, I believe that's owned by IBM. I think, and this is also owned by the city right here, up in Gun Barrel in this purple area. There were areas eligible around like the Flatirons Business Park, but when you consider the Stasio ball fields, it really rules them out. So there's really just a small area along 55th that could potentially be eligible as well.
So there is a third area down there. So there's one in the light green to the left, and then one part of the purple to the kind of middle top right. A lot of that purple is covered up by one of the bubbles, but sort of what's outside the bubble and darker purple could be eligible. And
yeah, the darker purple is what's eligible. This blue here is really setbacks taken from recreation locations. So that was added on top of the ineligible areas to make it clear that those were recreation facilities.
And then at the bottom, there's just a tiny bit of purple, and that's eligible too, kind of middle bottom.
That's right, along 55th.
Okay. All right, and if the zones, the buffers were widened to say 2,500, would that render all of those still eligible for some amount of development?
Attachment in the packet does minimize those areas further. I think it actually, if there was a multi-well site done up by IBM, it would rule that out. So then you basically would be looking at this area here as an eligible area.
Okay, and if we, if litigation happens and, maybe it's shown that 2,500 is an okay zone to do, say, or we wanted to come back, is there anything that stops us from widening this in the future to 2,500 if we wanted to?
Well, I mean, we are proposing 2,500 for any multi-well site. There's nothing that stops us from making, changes to this legislation in the future. Obviously, this is a very evolving industry. And as Elizabeth noted, Boulder County adopted regs in 2020. They're already looking at some updates to it that might be necessary. So it's not uncommon for us to look at what's going on in the industry and figuring out where to apply best practices in the future.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thanks so much, Carl.
Nicole and then Lauren.
I just had a quick question about the sort of process if this passes. So, we pass this ordinance and then somebody puts in an application to do oil and gas operations in one of these eligible sites. At that point, the community has a chance to weigh in on concerns they would have about that application. Is that correct? I'm sensitive to the fact that I don't think any of us here live near any of these places that would potentially be in there. And so I'm thinking about folks up in Gun Barrel, for example. Just what does the process look like for people to give input on applications they may have concerns about in the future?
So if a site was chosen by an applicant and they wanted to explore doing it, they would have to do a pre-application with the city. So we would consult with them first. And then if they were to move forward, they would have to do a good neighbor meeting. And we would have to notice a mile from the site, all those properties, which is much greater than what we normally notice in applications. So then they would be brought into the good neighbor process even prior to an application. And then after that, the use review would come in and we would do public notification, posting in the paper and online for when an application comes in. We would do a completeness check on all of the studies and plans and applications, and we would figure out who the referrals would be. I think we might have to consult, with the county about some other resources that might be able to review some of these plans to advise staff as well. And it would be a pretty involved process, but yeah, people would be notified and they would have access to all those materials.
Great, thank you. And that may be a point to Rachel's point where Environmental Advisory Board could weigh in or other boards could weigh in as well. Is that correct?
They're not required to weigh in through the process. Mm-hmm. We certainly could, notify members and.
Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Lauren.
Thank you. I just had a question about that map again. one of the things I just wanted to clarify, when I read the proposed language, it sounds like the 2,000-foot buffer is not only from residential units, but also from residential zones and residential zoning. Does this map take into consideration, because it just says that it's the buffer from units? Could you clarify that for me, Carl?
I knew we had language in there about residential zones, but I think it is from zones, because in a zone that there's the potential for units to be located
right in the future.
Yeah. We looked at a number of different communities, and they have variations of that language, but we decided to include that.
Okay.
And then obviously there's the reverse setbacks piece, which would apply to any new development if a operation was put into effect.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions, so I think we can move forward to the public hearing. We have 2 people signed up to speak. So with that number, each of you will get 3 minutes. And Ryan, are we all right to just dive into that?
We are.
Okay, so first is Lynn Siegel, and then Alejandra Major or Mahor.
Lynn, I'd love to say 5,000 feet, but I'm going to say we should shoot for 2,500. And the most possible robust regulations. You know, we're going to have a big wind tomorrow. You know, that changes the dynamics of particulates moving through our region and our atmosphere. I mean, that twister yesterday went up 30,000 feet, you know, and like then these things redisperse. We need to get done with fossil fuels yesterday. And anything that any of you can think of to make this as possibly robust as possible would be my interest in seeing the betterment of the health of the people of this community. So ask your consciences what would work and what would pass, because climate change is a coming and we need to be agile to be able to accommodate to it. It's the tipping point is near. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Alejandra.
Hi there, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, good evening, council members. My name is Alejandra Major, and I'm an associate director for the American Petroleum Institute. API represents all facets of the natural gas and oil industry in Colorado. While we appreciate the city implementing regulations after an 8-year moratorium, we are disappointed with the lack of outreach to industry during this process. With that said, API Colorado has concerns we would like to see addressed before final adoption. While Senate Bill 19-181 authorized local governments additional regulatory authority, the bill likewise imposed constraints on a local government's latitude in regulating oil and gas operations. A local government exercise of its Senate Bill 181 powers must be both necessary and reasonable and designed to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts that cannot be avoided. Just as importantly, the local government must explain the reason basis for its regulations. API Colorado would like to take this opportunity to highlight our concerns, particularly regarding the setback provisions and proposed fees. The proposed regulations include setbacks of 2,500 feet, exceeding those set by the COGCC. Additionally, while the proposed regulations include an exemption process, the variance criteria differ from the COGCC and is significantly more limiting than what has been established by the Commission. API Colorado urges the city to reevaluate this section and ensure the proposed setbacks are reasonable and necessary, harmonizing its regulations with the state. With regards to the oil and pollution tax, we note the recommendation to tax at the full amount is a significant concern when coupled with the proposed fees and costs in these regulations. We believe fees need to be reasonable and considered within the broader context. In addition, API Colorado has several overarching concerns about the insurance provisions within the proposed regulations. The COGCC is currently undergoing a financial assurance rulemaking, and we believe it's premature for the city to move forward with this proposal before fully understanding the outcome of that rulemaking. API Colorado strongly encourages the city to align regulations with the COGCC to the extent possible to ensure a seamless process that allows the city, state, and operators to work together. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to comment this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alejandra. Okay, and that's everyone that's signed up. So Ryan, that brings us to the end of our public comment, I believe.
Thank you.
Very good. So then we can return to City Council for discussion. Would anyone like to kick us off? Mark?
Sure, why not? Given the need to institute these regulations and the jeopardy that would attach to continuing the moratorium, I'm going to be supporting this bill without amendment. But I would propose that we examine where amendments might be possible after we adopt the ordinance, such as setbacks, whether in fact we actually require a variance process, the term before reapplication is required, and other things. And there might be places where we have to change regulations in either direction, more or less aggressively, in order to fulfill the requirements of 19181. But I think the need is here at the moment. We need to have something in place by the end of the year. And so without change, I'm going to be supporting this proposed ordinance. And again, I compliment staff for doing a terrific job and bringing it before us. It's not perfect. I don't think it ends the conversation, but it's more than good enough, and it will have my support.
Thanks for that, Mark. Anyone else? Lauren? And you're muted.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Mark just said. I did have a slight edit to some of the language around air quality that I was interested in proposing. It's more of a clarification adjustment than anything else. But I would also be open, if that causes a hiccup in moving this process forward, I would be totally open to having that be part of a longer term vetting and a possible adjusting of these regulations.
Well, Lauren, you certainly have the right to propose an edit if you would like to. So if you wanted to read the existing language and a proposed change, feel very, very free.
So this is item 12B, 12D2, the item 2, which is the use will not cause or contribute to the exceedances of the national ambient air quality standards, cause degradation to air quality, or, and this is the part I had issue with, compromise the attainment of the ozone standards for the Denver Metro North Front Range ozone non-attainment areas established by the EPA. So the thing that I was interested in changing is where it says compromise. I wanted to change that to contribute, because I wouldn't want, since it's likely that we will be in non-attainment, I wouldn't want it to be argued that because we're already in non-attainment of air quality, that this isn't compromising that ability. Instead, I would change it so that it's both or to contribute to the non-attainment of ozone standards.
So you rattled off where that is, and I'm trying to find it, and I haven't succeeded yet. Do you want to tell us again where that language is located?
It's in the air quality standards. So 9-6-12B, 12D2.
You wouldn't have a page number for that, would you?
I don't off the top of my, sorry, I should.
I wonder, Carl or Elizabeth, do you have any responses to the Lauren's proposed language?
I'm going to defer to Elizabeth or the attorney's office on that change.
I'm happy to respond to that unless Hella would like to. No, okay. So I guess a couple things. So if you read the whole paragraph in total, it begins with the prohibition of causing or contributing to exceedances of the NAAQS. And that language is straight out of the Clean Air Act. That is the standard for when an air quality monitor actually registers a concentration that's over, basically it's an average actually of the three highest, but the three highest, basically if the average is over the standard within a year, then that constitutes an exceedance. So we do have that cause or contribute language in there. And then of course, the next clause is that the use also must not cause degradation to air quality, kind of a more general prohibition. And then the language that you're focusing on is the or compromise attainment. And so we currently in Boulder are in non-attainment of the ozone standard. So I think I understand what you're saying, that the language compromise attainment actually isn't very clear, because currently we are already in non-attainment. I might actually, if you're open to it, suggest a slightly different language, perhaps rather than saying or contribute to non-attainment, because we already have that contribution language in the beginning of the paragraph. I might say or interfere with attainment of the ozone standards. So it would be a prohibition on the use interfering with attainment. And as I mentioned, we're currently in non-attainment. So anything that were to make it more difficult for the city and actually just this entire area in the Front Range to attain the ozone standards would be contrary to this provision.
Yeah, I would be open to that modification. Thank you.
This is packet page 162, by the way, of the whole packet. I did just find that. Okay, thanks. So I think we have Rachel and Matt have their hands up.
Thanks. Yeah, if we're done with that amendment. So I guess I'm hoping that, I guess I'm probably where Mark.
Rachel, I can't hear you. Uh-oh.
At the sort of
Rachel, we lost you for a second. You said you're probably with Mark, and then we lost you.
That must have been, joyous for you, Mark. Like it just hung there then for 30 seconds, and we're not always on the same page. So isn't that nice? That I think I would like to see this passed by emergency so that we have something in place. But then I would like to get something scheduled to have another look at it, maybe under just some less pressured situation. I'm surprised, like I was at the state capitol testifying on Senate Bill 18181 with a lot of Boulderites. Like this is a subject that people care deeply about. And we only had 2 people testify tonight at the public hearing. So I feel like maybe outreach was not, maybe it just wasn't robust, or we could do it better. But I think that I'm surprised that there wasn't more sort of engagement around this, and would love to see it go to the EAB for a weigh-in before it could come back to us, just to see if we want to make any changes. So I'm supportive, but would like to see us look at it again in the near future.
Thanks. Matt?
Yeah, unmuted. All right, good. And I just follow up on Rachel a little bit, and also kind of a little bit of what Mark said. I think in terms of checking in, I'm curious, since so much of this has to be, or at least what was stated was that it is in alignment with the comp plan, and that it's the comp plan values that sort of keep some general guardrails in alignment with what we're trying to do here. And given that we have a comp plan coming up in about 4 years, I'm wondering, is there a way to, do we need to formalize, or is there a way to sort of bake in that at either the regular comp plan or its midterm sort of updates, that's when we would sort of create the intervals to check in or relook at some of these regulations in sort of those incremental stages, rather than maybe just arbitrarily checking in when we want, but just kind of bake that into a process that we already know coming down the pipeline. And that just sort of makes everyone more aware of it. I'm wondering, is that a process that would be normally done in regular comp plan review or the interims in that sense, just so it's sort of set and we know when it's coming and everyone sort of plan around it?
Carl, do you have a thought there?
I mean, I think it's a good idea, and I think that would be a good interval to look at it. I don't know that we always involve evaluation of regulations at every comp plan update, but I think something of this scope, where there is potential for environmental impact, it does make sense to look at it again. So I like that idea.
Very good. Well, I'll call on myself here and just say that I really appreciate all the hard work that staff has done. As I said before, it's a very complicated topic. Elizabeth, I appreciate you contributing to that. We've had a moratorium on oil and gas development for a very long time, and extended it after 181 was passed to kind of figure out what regulations might look like. And while we are not given the ability to ban oil and gas development entirely, I think we have hit that point where we have rules that are as stringent as possible, as allowed by 181, that allow us to protect our citizens from potential adverse impacts. So I think we're doing as much as we can here. So I'm supportive of moving forward with this tonight. So appreciate all the work again that everybody's done. If nobody else has general comments, someone might want to put a motion on the table. And Lauren, if you did want to make that amendment, you might make the motion and the amendment. Up to you.
Sure, I haven't made a motion yet like this. Let me find the language in I have a different document open. Or if someone wanted to pull that up so I could just read it, that would be
Can we get it up on the screen, maybe? There we go.
So I would like to motion to adopt by emergency measure ordinance 8514, amending Title IX Land Use Code to the Boulder Revised Comprehensive Plan 1981 to add conditional use standards for oil and gas operations, amending Title III Revenue and Taxation to the BRC 1981, and to adopt an oil and gas pollution tax, repealing ordinance 8435 and setting forth related details. I would also like to include the amendment to 9-6-12B12D2, item number 2, and then do I read the whole as proposed or with?
I think it'd probably be helpful to get read the revised language of at least that section.
Okay. Item 2 to read, not cause or contribute to exceedances of the national ambient air quality standards, cause degradation to air quality, or, and Elizabeth, could you remind me what your preferred
interfere
language?
with.
Or interfere with the non-attainment, or sorry, to interfere with the attainment of the ozone standards for the Denver Metro North Front Range ozone non-attainment areas established by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
I second that.
All right.
And seconded by Nicole. I'll just note that BRC is Boulder Revised Code, just to get that on the record. But very nicely done. Thank you, Lauren. We have a second by Nicole. Lauren, do you want to speak additionally to your motion?
I think it's already been said. I really appreciate staff's effort on this. I look forward to having something in place for our community and talking more about how these changes, how it might get updated in the future to meet with progressing standards.
Good. Nicole, any extra words?
No.
Okay. Well, if nobody has anything else to say, we can go ahead and have a vote. Alicia, is this a roll call? It's an emergency, so I imagine it has to be.
Yes, it is, sir. It's the adoption of an ordinance.
And it requires
Okay.
2/3 majority because it's an emergency.
Exactly. Thank you, Sandra. All right, we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Aye.
Spear,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weiner,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Brockett,
Yes.
and Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor, ordinance 8514 was approved by ordinance, adopted by ordinance by 2/3 majority vote as amended.
Okay, thanks everybody for that. It's a good discussion, important step forward. All right, now we're moving on to a matter from the city manager.
Yes, sir. That's item 6A on tonight's agenda. And that matter is communications and engagements update on council correspondence process, format, and council engagement subcommittee update.
Great. Thank you so much. And I know that Sarah Huntley, our Director of Communications and Engagement, is going to take us through this. I'll just note that this has been a topic of a considerable amount of conversation, particularly with how we get so many constituent emails and trying to make sure that we're as responsive as we can. It is a kind of a stopgap measure as we move forward and fund a complete constituent relationship tool in the future, but I'll defer to Sarah as she explains the item and look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Nuria. Emily, could you pull up our presentation, please? While she's doing that, good evening, Council. As Nuria mentioned, my name is Sarah Huntley. I'm the Director of Communication and Engagement for the city. And I'm joined here tonight by Darren Jacoby, who is the Digital Transformation Senior Program Manager. I believe Darren can correct me when he does his presentation if I got his title wrong, but he's been a terrific partner as we've looked at some digital solutions to some longstanding challenges with how we communicate with constituents in the city of Boulder. The presentation actually tonight, if you could go to the next slide, Emily, actually covers 3 distinct areas. And I'm going to walk us through each of the 3 and have questions and discussion points after each of the 3 areas, because I think that will make for a more efficient conversation this evening. The first part of the evening will be spent talking about the proposed changes that staff is recommending for council correspondence. And that's why Darren is here to join me. His team has really worked through a proposal for you that we would like to share. And we will talk about what that all entails in just a few minutes. I think that will probably be the most robust part of our discussion. Just to pace ourselves, we have 90 minutes set aside. We're hoping we might be able to get this conversation done in 75 minutes so that you all can have an earlier evening, but we'll want to think about how much time we're spending on each of these 3 sections. The second section is a check-in on chats and walks with council, as well as a pilot idea for 2x2 office hours. And this section comes to you directly from your subcommittee members, Bob and Rachel, who serve on the Engagement and Welcoming Council Environment Subcommittee. And the last item, it also comes from the subcommittee members, and it is a potential alternative to the several evenings of council interviews that you usually set aside in March for board and commission selection. So we're going to go through each of these one by one, if that is okay with you, Mayor, and with the other members of council this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please, Emily. So I'm going to turn over to Darren at this point. He's going to walk you through what we were trying to do as we looked at a new way of handling correspondence to City Council, and then he'll walk you through a proposed systems change. We'll definitely have time for questions and discussion at the end. So Darren, do you want to take it from here? Emily will be happy to forward your slides when you get to the end of each one.
Yep, that's great. Good evening, everyone. As Sarah said, my name is Darren Jacoby, and I work in the Innovation and Technology team, and I oversee our digital transformation team. What we are sharing with you today are some improvements to the City Council communication process, and the objectives of this project that we have really focused on are threefold. One is to provide communication transparency, so provide as much transparency as possible in the feedback and questions that are coming from community members. Two, make that as easy to use for community members as possible. And number three is drive some improvements in efficiency as it relates to how those communications kind of move through and get addressed in the back end, both by city staff as well as City Council. And so there are two short-term improvements that I will outline today. The one is the new web form, which I will show you here in just a second. And as part of that new web form, we have taken some steps to improve the transparency on the open data aspects of outreach that were a little bit lost and confusing as community members were previously doing this work via email. So if you go to the next slide, I can walk through the form. So on the left-hand side is the form. This form will be on our City of Boulder website, and it will, I'll talk through the kind of main sections of this form. So at the very top, there is an ability to choose either English or Spanish. So a community member can choose their language of preference as they move forward, and the form will kind of toggle between English and Spanish depending on what is chosen. The next section of the form really outlines what the form does and provides some transparency and open records and notifications. So it talks about the submission and what will happen as it relates to not only Cora, but and on all of our open records. And there are links to that information so that community members can see that and can read that and understand that. The next section just provides some basic information. So name, organization, if it is applicable, and email address, which gives all of us a way to respond back to the person's feedback and or question, as well as a phone number if the community member would like to do that. And then the next section below gives the community member a chance to choose a topic from a drop-down list. Right now it is a single option, so the community member can choose one. And that includes topics that are specific to city departments, as well as kind of hot topics around the cities, things like pending council action, city budget, and what have you. And we can change those topics as we move forward. We can keep them up to date and always relevant, especially related to those hot topics. Once the community member has chosen the question or feedback topic category that most closely aligns with what they're talking about or what they would like to talk about, they have the ability to direct their submission. And there are two options there. One is a city staff member responsible, and those are typically chosen if the question or feedback requires some immediate attention, say like a pothole or a tree limb down or something like that. And then there's also an option to send the submission to the entire city council. And that is typically if there's feedback or if there's a question related to something going on around the city. Those are not mutually exclusive, so both can be checked. So you can send your submission to one or the other or both. And then at the bottom is just a free-form text field where a community member can type in their comment, question, or feedback. There's also the ability to add a file if necessary, so that can be attached. So that is the overview of the form. So it is a fairly straightforward, hopefully fairly easy thing for a community member to go through and very easily submit their feedback or question.
Can I
And
say
if you
a
go to the
couple of
next
things,
slide, I
Darren,
can.
about the features of, so some of the things we were trying to address and that the features of the form help us address is we get an incredibly high volume, as you all know, of emails to council in the city of Boulder. About 3 years ago, I did a peer review survey and I called other cities along the Front Range, and they were like, just absolutely astonished when I told them the volume that we were seeing of emails. So we have a very engaged public, which is terrific, but often those emails languish and nobody's very sure about who's picking them up or who's responding to them. So the benefit of the form in terms of asking people to choose a topic is that it allows us to funnel the email more specifically to the person it needs to go to. And Darren's going to talk about how this will work on the next slide, but I just wanted you to understand that the idea is that department directors, for example, are currently seeing every single email that comes into the city. We have a couple of new directors who are saying, how do you keep up with this email and how do you find the emails that you actually need for your department with this kind of volume? So what this will do is funnel it to the department that needs to see it, as well as make it available to all council members if the constituent is attempting to reach their elected officials. We certainly don't want to get in their way of their ability to do that. But we're hoping that by having people help us choose the topic, we can have the system help us get these assigned so people can respond to them in a more timely way. So I just wanted to provide that context. Darren, if you want to go to the next slide, you can talk about how this funnels information out from here.
So this outlines how that kind of back-end automation works. So on the left, there are the two options around submissions. So if submissions are directed to city staff, the form will automatically route to two different groups. So depending on the topic, either the department director or the designated city staff for that topic will automatically get that email. And that same communication will be copied to a distribution list that includes the city manager, the deputy city manager, and the communication and engagement director. Submissions to city council will go to the shared city council inbox, council@bouldercolorado.gov. And they will also, that communication will also be copied to the distribution list that includes the city manager, deputy city manager, and the communication and engagement director. And I will say that all of this automation and routing, we can change that as we move forward. We can, it's fairly simple for us to make tweaks to this or changes to this depending on feedback. But this is how it is set up right now, and this is what the recommendation would be. And on the right shows a kind of a sample of what that automated email would have. So it will have all of the fields and all of the information that was input by the constituent in the form. And then at the very bottom is a link to compose a response. So within the email, there's the ability to kind of automatically bring up a response as well, which I will talk about in just a second. So if you go to the next slide, I will show kind of what that response looks like. So if the composer response is checked, this is what will happen. So it will bring up an email in your Outlook inbox. And again, submissions that are directed to city staff, that email will come up and it will automatically populate the constituent's email address, and it will also copy anyone in the departments related to that topic, as well as the city manager, deputy city manager, and the communication and engagement team. So all of that will automatically happen City staff will have the ability to add staff individually if they need to as well, but hopefully that drives some automation and makes things a little bit easier for city staff to respond. The same thing or something similar will happen if the submission was directed to both the city staff and the city council. That automated kind of email comes up will include the council@bouldercolorado.gov inbox, as well as that deputy director or city staff, as well as the city manager and communication and engagement. And then in the third kind of iteration of this, if the submission was directed just to city council, a city council member clicks on that composer response, and we can make that kind of whatever you would like. And that is one of the open questions that we have, is whether or not the city council would like you just to have that go directly back to the constituent, or if you would like us to add some automation so that it includes or copies the city manager or any city staff. So that is one of the outstanding questions that we would love to get feedback on, and we can make that change and make that happen. But that is what happens once the email has been arrived, and it gives you some automation and some ability to do that, hopefully in a more kind of streamlined way, which makes it as easy as possible to communicate back and forth. All of this communication falls under the open records, and all of the operational procedures that we have around that are all still in place and will all still happen. So there are no changes to anything there. We've simply just added this web form on the front end and added some of this automation to hopefully make things a little bit easier and much more streamlined. So if you go to the next slide, as part of this, we will be closing down the council@bouldercolorado.gov, the ability for a constituent to send a communication to that email address. And because we know that has been kind of a long-standing way that constituents have gotten a hold of us, we know that it might take some time to migrate and move and get comfortable with this new process. And as a result, we've set up an automated response. This is that automated response that essentially thanks the constituent for reaching out, lets them know that we are no longer using this email address for community input, and directs them to the online form. So hopefully this will help with the transition and get people used to using this form as opposed to sending an email. And if you go to the last slide, then. Our intention is to implement this system in January. We have done all of the testing, made sure everything works. We simply just have to move things over into production. We can do that at any time. So we could do that at the start of the year, or we could also do that starting the Monday after the city council retreat that's happening in January. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions, any input, or feedback that any or all of you have around this.
Right.
Emily, would you mind taking the slide deck down just so that we can see each other? Terrific. Aaron,
Yeah,
do you want to call on folks, or would you like me to?
I can do that. So
okay.
We got Bob and Nicole, and maybe when people talk, weigh in on timing, your preferred timing. It seems like a good thing to pull people on. Bob.
Yeah, I'll start with that last question. I don't have a preference on timing other than the fact that, as Darren just set forth, people will start getting an automated response when they write to council. We get, several hundred emails a week. And so it's going to come as a bit of a surprise to community members. And so I might suggest, regardless of when you launch this, that there'll be some robust communications out to the community. So the first thing some of them don't hear about it is the bounce back.
We do have a communications plan, Bob.
I knew you would, Sarah. I knew you would. Great. So you guys decide on the time as far as I'm concerned. A couple questions. In the form that will be used, are community members going to be limited to the number of words or characters that they write? So we do get some pretty lengthy emails, which is great. And I just want to see if community members would be curtailed in what they could communicate with us.
I believe that based on feedback from a prior kind of run through of this that we removed any limits. So there is no limits to what can be written in that comment box.
Great, thank you, Darren. I think that's wise. Second, I have 2 or 3 questions, then I'll yield the floor. First of all, when council member, if the community member wants to direct their communication to council as opposed to a city staff member, will what we receive look and feel a lot like what we get right now, which is an email from the resident or the community member with the content of what they have to say to us? Is that right, or is it going to look and feel a little different than the emails we now get?
It will be an email. It will look and feel a little bit different, just because it's the email will essentially be a transcript of the form, of the information that was filled out in the form. So it won't come in paragraph form like you might be used to. It'll come more in blocks based on the pieces of the form. Okay, and will those emails that do come to council, if the person, the writer, checks the council box, will those emails they'll look a little bit differently, but will they reside in our inbox? So if we want to go back and refer to them later on, they'll always be sitting in our inbox. Yes. Great. And then similarly, if a council member decides to respond to that community member, I assume that we can kind of click some sort of reply button. Is that right? Yeah. So in the email that comes to you on the bottom will be a kind of click to respond, and that will automatically bring up an email in your inbox again. Mm-hmm. And we can set that up so that it only has the community member's email address, and you can manually add whoever else you would like, or we could automatically add people if that's something that you're doing on a consistent basis. Like every time you're copying someone, we can do that for you if you would like. Great. You anticipated my next question, actually, which was, oftentimes we get emails from community members. I know you're going to have a drop-down menu that's going to invite them to direct their emails to the appropriate staff member, but sometimes community members don't catch that, or they're not too sure who to direct it to. And often as council members, we are redirecting a community member's inquiry to the right staff members, which we're happy to do. So for example, somebody had a question about how to sign up for a Parks and Rec course, we might redirect that to Allie Rhodes or somebody on her team. And so we could add Allie or somebody in Parks as a CC to whatever reply we send back. Is that right? Yes, correct. Great.
There's also on that drop-down menu, Bob, and everybody else, there is a I don't know or I'm not sure. Right. And so part of the idea of having these emails funnel, certainly the ones that go to staff, and then council can tell us if you'd like us to do this for the ones that go to council, to funnel to myself or city manager or deputy city manager, is that we can help people navigate as well. Sure.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And then my final question is this is a great presentation, by the way. My final question is, when we do respond, or if we do respond, regardless of whether we copy a staff member or not, I assume that outbound email that we send back to the community member will then reside in our sent folder, so we can go back later on and see how we might have responded to that community member. Is that right? Yep, that's correct. All it's going to do is just automatically bring up your email application, and then everything you do in there will be just as you do today. Everything will reside in there, will live in there. All of your sent messages will stay in there. So no changes to any of that. Great. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you very much.
Nicole, Jeannie, Matt, Rachel, and I'll call myself.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. And I just also want to say thank you for all the work that went into this, Rachel, Bob, as well. This is really wonderful. This is going to be a big change for the community, but I think it will be a very positive one. And I hope it does help us get back to more of those emails, because I could certainly spend 30 hours a week just responding to all the emails that come in. So thank you for helping us solve that issue. So one question I had, there'll be a Spanish version of the form. If folks are writing in Spanish, will we have translation support if there is an email coming in to council or to city staff? And I mean that kind of on the front end as it's coming into us, as well as if we are wanting to respond. Can we get translation services in order to be able to respond?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I failed to mention that if a community member does choose Spanish, the city staff translator will be copied on that so that you will automatically, as part of that, have that support as part of that communication.
I want to caveat that. That's based on the volume we expect, at least as this program rolls out. Our language access program manager, Manuela Cifuentes, has kindly agreed to help be a conduit for that. Obviously, as we increase our inclusive engagement and communications opportunities for our community, if that volume gets to be really significant, we may have to revisit how we resource that. But it is our intention, and it is built into the system for her to automatically get notified, and she can provide translation assistance.
Wonderful, thank you. And I think, some of us, we can probably hobble our way through, but thank you for having that available. My other question was about, as people are filling out this form, submitting comments, is there an option for them to send things, or could there be, to boards and commissions that might be relevant as well? So I think that sometimes that's, a good place for people to provide some feedback on current issues that boards are discussing.
So that would be a policy decision. We could program that in, I believe, Darren. There's no reason that we couldn't. Some boards and commissions have centralized inboxes, as I understand it. Some of them don't. My recommendation from an engagement and communication best practices staff lens only is that we're going to be doing some pretty robust efforts and having some conversations about how to bring some consistency to boards and commission processes later on in 2022. And having some consistency around how boards are set up to receive emails and how that all works and whether it's integrated with this form might be a point of good conversation then. But of course, we're open to whatever council would like us to do as we roll out.
Sure. It sounds like you have enough on your hands with the rollout of this. So just something for us to think about later. And that sort of just ties into just a broader question that's not really one necessarily for answering right in this moment, but just something to think about as we move forward with community engagement. I think oftentimes, and this is where the system is responding to, people are emailing us to address an issue that's not really one that council can address, right? It's more of a staff person who could address that issue. And so, with the engagement plan that you talked about for rolling this out, is there some education for folks as well about what types of issues are best managed by staff versus council, those kinds of things, just to help the community understand where they can get a response to the issue that they're writing us about?
I think that could be a key part of the messaging that we put out with the announcement that we're changing to the system. Darren's team was also kind enough. It was in very fine print in the screenshot you saw, but there is a little bit of an explanation, a cheat sheet, if you will, under each of those options that explains the sorts of things you might send to staff and the sorts of things you might send to council. But I suspect that there will be times people just pick both because they aren't sure. And this doesn't preclude them from doing that. And we will do our best to help get people pointed in the right direction, just as we currently do. But hopefully we can do it more quickly because we're not looking at such a volume of emails coming in all at once.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for all of you who've been working on this issue. And Aaron, to your question, I would just say as soon as we can get the word out so that we are going to, so the community has time to process this change and act on it.
Great. Junie, Matt, Rachel, me, Tara, Lauren.
Thank you, Aaron. I heard the presentation and I read the slides as well, and I'm wondering, from our previous council email to this new format, I still don't understand what is it that we're trying to solve, because my understanding is that when an email is sent to all of council, we all get to see it. And now with this new system, what is it exactly concretely are we trying to solve?
So there are two issues we're trying to solve in this portion of our proposal. And there's some other issues that we're trying to solve long-term as we look at the implementation of a full constituent relationship management tool. So in this iteration with this form, we're trying to solve the fact that we have council members receiving a huge volume of emails, some of which really could be handled by staff. Likewise, we have about 40 city staff members who receive all these emails as well. And so a department director is not just receiving the emails that are pertinent to his or her department, they're receiving all of the emails. And some of them are about other departments. Some of them are simply constituents trying to talk to each of you about their position on an issue, right? And sometimes when staff responds to that, we get responses back from the constituent saying, well, we weren't even trying to talk to you. We just wanted to talk to our city council member. So we're trying to make it more clear where the email should go so that the people who need to attend to them and hopefully respond to them can do so. We're also trying to separate which emails could be handled by staff to try to take the burden off council a little bit and have staff step up and respond to service type requests. One of the problems with our current system is that we don't really have an easy way to track data as to how many emails are coming in are really staff requests versus council requests. We sort of have a gut sense of it, that there's some percentage of them that probably council doesn't even need to attend to, but we don't have a system for the community member to actually help us figure that out so that we can help the community member figure it out. Now, the other problems we've heard about the system, and I want to be clear that this iterative change will not solve this problem, but we are hopeful that a full constituent relationship management tool, which we're in the process of developing and scoping now, the other problem we're trying to solve is council and staff members would really like to have a tracking mechanism on the back end so they know if a constituent has been responded to. One of the things we originally proposed in this is if a council member responded to a community person who wrote in, that we would CC all council members. So at least you would know. We can't do that because of the serial, that creates a serial meeting. But if we had a back end system where all you would be able to see is if it was responded to, you wouldn't necessarily be able to see the content, because that would again get us into this serial meeting bind. It would be really helpful, right? Because I think what council has told us is they hate the idea that somebody is taking the time to write and they get crickets back from the city. So we are really moving in the direction of being able to have a robust back-end system. When we made this incremental change, though, we wanted to make sure that whatever we were asking the community to do would look exactly the same now as it will when we implement a brand new CRM. We didn't want to take the community through 2 layers of change. So the form system will be the same system that we will have when we have this nice, complex, but easy to use system on the back end that answers all of our questions. So we're not asking the community to come along with us for 2 waves of change.
Thank you. So my understanding basically, as part of this new interface, you're likely to have drop-down menus for each department if someone just have a specific question for a department. As
Correct.
opposed to
So it's each of the departments. So that's something like 20 options. Mm-hmm. And then we went ahead and already populated some of the topics we know we get emails about that are cross-departmental, like encampments, racial equity, policing, reform, as opposed to just police department operations. And those topics, the beauty of it is if you have an upcoming council discussion on a topic, for example, say CU South was coming up, we could populate that. And then those emails would go to the right folks.
Okay. I think my only comment to this, yes, I think again, as soon as possible, to get this system rolled up, I suppose would be good, but I think we definitely need to have a robust system so that community members don't feel shut out because of it's a new system that's being rolled out. Some of them may feel that, hey, you know, I don't understand it. I don't know how it works. I sent an email to council. Now I have to use a different system. So some level of education. I think if we're going to move quickly, we're going to have some robust advertisement to let the community know, hey, that we've switched to this new program. It sounds good. It sounds good. I again, everything that you're trying to solve sounds, important to community and being able to reach them and accountability and transparency. So I think that's great. I was going to make a comment about something else. As far as if someone wants to reach out to council members, I know that our information is online. So I'm wondering on that page, ensuring that our information is there as well, because I think sometimes community members just want to reach out, whether it's to me or Rachel or just an individual council member, and somehow has our information available for them. Because I've had, community members reach out to me and say, hey, I have either the council address, not necessarily a single council member, or the vice versa. So I think having all that, the 9 council members numbers there is also would be important. And ensuring that this particular website is well integrated within the city website, how do I put it, medium, because I understand that's going to be its own standalone, but maybe you can integrate it where if somebody goes to one page, they can see there's a button that will lead you to this particular page.
We intend for a very prominent button on the home page. I also would anticipate that this would be prominently featured on the city council pages. So any place folks might go. And you're absolutely right, Junie. We do need to continue to provide individual email addresses, and there's nothing to preclude somebody from writing you to it as individuals. There's also, frankly, nothing to preclude somebody from putting in all 9 council member emails. But what they're doing is making it probably less likely that we will be able to respond to them in a timely way, but that's certainly their prerogative, as it is in the current system.
Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Matt, Rachel, me, Tara, Lauren.
Thanks, Aaron. And I just want to compliment staff for embarking on sort of an evolution of communication engagement and public process. And thank you, Rachel and Bob, for having some council vision to sort of point in that right direction. And generally just the fact that we're starting to choose quality over quantity. And I think that should be pervasive towards all of our participation, given the volume that we get and where we're headed on issues. I want to touch on a couple items, and I do have a couple questions, but as something that Nicole and Bob brought up, Nicole's question about translation. I hope that we have such a volume that we have to reevaluate the one translator. To me, that's a great problem to have. And I certainly hope we get to that place, because that means we're doing something right with regards to engaging communities who are normally marginalized and not a part of the conversation. So I hope for that. With regards to Bob's question, I think it was a really general question from staff. I prefer to manually add, if that helps to add context, add people as is to the email chain versus having it a drop down or pre-selected or automated. I do like some of that flexibility, so that's my preference. In terms of preference of timing, I'm generally agnostic to when it happens, but if I were to lean anyway, I would say the sooner the better, just for people to have a greater time to adapt to it. Another question really comes down to attachments. Is there a limit on attachment size and formats, or is it pretty standard like regular email? Or would that be a pinch point for people with regards to how they would attach any sort of documents, files, or videos, or images, or any content?
There is a limit, and I believe, and I can double check this, but I believe that we put language in the form itself that talks about the size limit, so people understand what that is. But generally, it would be very similar to if someone was trying to attach an attachment to an email that they were sending to you. There are the similar system limitations, right? Just in terms of how big a file can be sent.
Great, thank you. Yeah, as long as it's pretty similar to standard, that's helpful. And then speaking of sort of email, as we would get this form to us, and then we have the opportunity to sort of respond, as a dialogue gets established, will that show up like the regular conversation tree that we normally see? Because for me, I'm used to tracking that conversation when there's a back and forth, or does each time it become a one-off thing and then I have to piece together the narrative as it gets established over 2, 3, 4, or 5 back and forth.
As long as you're using the email reply functionality, it will continue to be an email string just like you have today. So the form will essentially generate the initial email. Your response would be the second, and then if the constituent responds back to you, it would just create that thread, just like your email does today.
Okay.
So this again, very much like we have today. If people wanted to send a follow-up email, and then you send a follow-up email, and they send a follow-up email, we're not asking them to fill out a new form each time.
Okay. That's very helpful. Those are my questions. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice work.
Mutual me, Tara Lauren.
Okay, I'll try and be quick because I know Sarah wanted to keep this to 75 minutes. So first, I want to really thank Sarah and Darren and other staff that have worked to get this up and ready for implementation. I know it's been a lot of work, so thank you very much. And you know, it was supposed to kind of help 3 separate groups: the community communicate better, for council to be able to field communications sort of more efficiently, and certainly for staff to do the same. So I think you have hit all 3 of those, and I'm really grateful. My 2 questions: there was when we were looking at this, one of the things that I did not like about writing to council as a community member was when you first started doing it, you didn't know that those got published, like, you know, every night to the web. It was disconcerting sometimes, like, you know, on assault weapon bans and things like that. You didn't realize you were giving out your home phone number and things like that. So
until after you hit send, right?
Until like a week later when you start. Yeah. So I want to make sure that we had talked about there being like some, you know, flag before you hit send that tells people that that's going to happen. Did that make it into the final version?
That's that top transparency piece in that sample form Darren showed you. So before you even put in your name, there's a piece that says, please understand that this is an open record. And so hopefully people will be seeing that before they hit submit, because we get a fair number of requests after somebody has sent an email to council to try to go and redact their data. And not only is that time intensive, it causes us a lot of concerns from a public records perspective, and so legal concerns. So we're hoping that if we educate people on the actual form, they can make an informed choice about whether they want to proceed.
Okay, so we had talked about, like, you know, after you hit submit, there was one final, like, you know, this is an open record, right? And then yes, submit. So I don't know if that's too cumbersome, but that was appealing to me as at least a first time user of the system. Like, if there's a way to say, like, if you're submitting it for the 10th time, maybe you don't have to do that, but just to flag that. So I don't know how people would feel about that. And then wanted to verify, you know, when you're talking about the full CRM rollout down the line, that we will be able to really collect better data than we can do now, right? We can see the number of emails that all of council is getting, and the number of emails that are being responded to, and how many people are responding to each, and things like that. Yeah.
Yes. So that is exactly right. So a more sophisticated tool, a constituent relationship management tool, will give us the ability to improve on the automations that are happening, and also give us a lot more information and analytics to understand what is happening and how these inquiries are being handled. And that can also include kind of time to response. So we can start to look at how quickly we're responding. We can make changes and adjustments in that area, as well as look at the volume. So that will be the kind of the next phase of improvements as we move into more sophisticated tools.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I think that'll be great and very helpful to make sure that community members are being responded to by someone. So thanks again for the work. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, me, then Tara, Lauren, Bob. So looking forward to this. Thanks for working on this. Just one question now. When they fill out that form, will they have the opportunity to do formatted text? Will they bold, italic, etc.?
That is, I do not believe so. I think it's just unformatted text in that content box. But I can go back and double check that. If that is something that we can accommodate, we can certainly make that change.
Yes, I'd just say, comment that that's something to do if we can. I don't know if that widget is available for that form, but I know some community members would like to be able to change their font sizes and bold things and et cetera, et cetera. So it'd be nice if we could have it. And so then I'll just say, I think the sooner the better. I would agree. And also I think if we phase something at the beginning of the year, the email volume is a little lower in that first week or so. So maybe wishful thinking. So maybe it starts off a little lighter. Of course, we have that meeting right at the beginning of January, so maybe not, but sooner the better. Anyway, and I would say that when we respond, I would not want it to automatically fill in staff members' names if it just came to council. Let us CC folks that we would like to CC would be my call on that one. And I very much look forward to that later stage of the CRM when we can see who's responded. That will be fantastic. I'm glad there won't be disruption with that later change. So that's all I got. So Tara, Lauren, Bob.
So I'm very excited that we can go, I guess we can see from the back end who already responded from council. So are you saying that we would know, for instance, Bob and Rachel already responded, or we just know somebody responded?
It depends on how we build out the system, right, Darren? But I want to be very clear, Tara, that's not on day one. That's not when we implement this form. That's further along when we have a CRM, and maybe Darren can say what the capabilities would be.
Yeah, so when you have a CRM solution, you would be able to see who has responded. You would be able to see how many people have responded. And if we like, you could also see the content of what those responses are. So there's a lot of functionality that we can embed into a more sophisticated tool. But to Sarah's point, in this stage, we won't be able to do that unless they're copying you on those email responses.
The reason why I'm looking forward to it is because sometimes I'll read an email and say, gee, I wonder if anybody responded. Is this, community member not heard from anyone? And so it will be awesome for me to say, oh, they heard from 4 people. They don't need to hear from me. Or they only heard from 1 person or 0 people. I better, make them feel like they're listened to and write to them. So I am definitely looking forward to that function. And of course, as soon as possible, just like everybody else said.
Lauren and Bob.
Thank you. And I agree with everyone that I'm really excited about this, and implementing it soon sounds great. I was wondering if we might be able to have both systems running at once for a minute, so that we could have this in place, and maybe for the first month we at council, because in council meetings when we adopt new things, there's multiple readings. Maybe we could just have it in our intro saying we have this new thing, the new form, go to the website, before we kick people out of using that. And I get that I think that the automated response is a great option if that doesn't, if having them both up and running for a minute doesn't work.
So from a policy perspective, I'd be a little concerned about making a system that is now twice as complex for people to monitor in both places. But I also don't know from a technology perspective, Darren, you need to repurpose that council@bouldercolorado.gov email. So I don't know whether we can have other things going into it. Can you answer from a technical perspective, Darren?
Yeah, I would need to go back and do some testing to make sure. I think there is it. I think we could do it technically. To Sarah's point, I would be concerned that you might be getting duplicates, and then someone's using a form and emailing you, and then now you have 2 requests for the same thing, and are you introducing added complexity? But I think technically we could do it if that's something that is desired.
I'm not interested in creating a lot of duplicates. Just if it's something that seemed like it would be easy, just thought I'd bring that up as a possibility. In general, I think that from just seeing it in small writing, it sort of seemed like maybe some of the text could use a little bit more love, just regarding, saying that if people would want to email the city departments for something that requires action, doesn't totally feel like that jives with why people often might want a city response on something, and that maybe there's different language associated with that. Versus the council one said, if it's related to city policies. And while that may be true, there also are going to be questions related to city policy that might be more appropriately directed to staff. So maybe just test running that a little bit, or I don't know, workshopping that a little bit more. Also on the automated response message, I think that I was trying to read through that quickly, and there was text that was like, copy the text that you had in your email. And then it started talking about the form, but it didn't really say where to paste it. And I get that but just making sure we're being really clear about what the steps are. Maybe there's a graphic. I don't know. It just seems like making things as simple as possible for everyone. And then you also were talking about in the drop down having both topic areas and departments. It seems like those might want to be separate drop downs. Here's 2 options for the city, one, because otherwise I wouldn't necessarily assume that I could email city staff about a topic area. That just wouldn't occur to me as someone without actually pulling it down. And so saying, here you could pick from these topic areas, or here you could pick from the departments, without having to actually pull the drop down, might be nice.
We can certainly talk about, we'll do a little more workshopping on the form itself with that feedback in mind.
And again, I think it's amazing, and I don't want to hold up making it happen. So take all of what I said with a grain of salt.
Thanks, Bob, then Mark.
Yeah, 2 more things. First, Aaron's response reminded me that you all did ask a question that I don't think we've done a good job of answering, which is, your question was, if a council member does write back to a constituent, do you want some staff members to automatically be copied? I think one of the suggestions was the communications director, Sarah, and the city manager. I would recommend against that because between the 9 of us, my guess is you're going to get somewhere between 2x and 3 or 4x as many emails. So I think you're going to actually defeat your purpose by getting copied on everything that we send out. If we need to copy you, we'll copy you, but I wouldn't do it as an automatic response. And then second, similarly, it would be helpful if, and this is a separate exercise, if you could provide a little bit of a cheat sheet to council members, particularly new council members, but I've been on council for 6 years and I still have a hard time figuring out who's in charge of what. Because oftentimes we get community members who say, hey, listen, my street didn't get plowed. Well, now based on last week, we know it's Scott. But oftentimes we don't know who the right person is. And of course, personnel changes. And so I think Rachel and I sent over to staff a couple of weeks ago a list of, at least our perspective, of 42 frequently asked questions of council. And I'm sure if you ask the other 7 council members, they'd come up with a few more. And if we could at least start with that list and say, all right, for this question, this is who you contact. For this question, this is who you contact. In some instances, it may be the department director, because that's what the department director wants, which is just fine. In other instances, the department director may say, hey, you don't have to bug me for potholes. Here's the person in charge of potholes. If somebody has a pothole issue, just send it to this person on my team. If you could provide that to council, separate from whatever drop downs there are in this form, that would be really, really useful. Because again, I sometimes struggle and then I just default to the department directors, which I feel bad about. So if you could let us know who the department directors would like us to copy, if we do bring somebody in, that would be really, really helpful.
If I just may add, and I appreciate that, and I love the FAQs that you already sent us. I think that's great, and to circulate that, that'll continue to build. I think that's a great idea. We will be supplying council on January 4th, kind of a department in brief. And that's where departments have been choosing who do there are, as you said, there are department directors that want to be in the know directly about that. And there are others who will probably add who to contact for potholes, do this, for leaf blower complaints do that, right? And so we will be sure to, we will be including that in our January 4th packet for you, but thanks.
Great, thank you.
Mark, let's finish this up.
Okay, just a couple of things. I want to key off something Lauren said. The form looks a little cold to me. It looks like you're asking for a refund from a website. We're asking people to do more work, but we're also looking to promote communications. And the process that we're asking people to go through, in some respects, to me, is contrary to our objective to promote communication. We're asking people to do more work and make choices that I'm not sure they're going to be entirely comfortable making. And as Lauren said, graphically, I think that the website could use a little dressing up to make it appear a little more welcoming. I'm also wondering, and I have no basis for scientific projection, how many people are actually going to utilize the drop-down menus to pick department heads or other specialized people to solve their problems. A lot of people, want to vent, and they want to vent to us. And there are some people who want their streets cleaned, but they want to go right to the top because they assume we're going to get them cleaned. They don't want to talk to somebody from a department. So I'm wondering if we're still going to get a great number of emails that come to us. They ought to be sent to a department head, but they're not going to want to do it. The constituents are not going to want to do it because they want to hear from their city council person. We'll see as that unfolds, but I'm a little fearful that we may not get all of the benefits that we're hoping for here.
Sarah, I don't know if you got some insight from your conversations with other cities and want to invite you if that's the case, but I'll just share with you, Mark, I appreciate that. Having been in other cities where they use a form very similar to this, I'll say it's a little bit of both. By and large, people want to go straight to departments that can solve that issue, but certainly there are folks that want to vent and want to have that be all, and sometimes they actually want to elevate that. So I think it's a mix, and I think it depends like on the intention of the initiator of that email. But my experience in other cities that use forms like this is that it does tend to eventually settle down, and most of the operational stuff goes to staff. And then there's a mix of stuff that they certainly want it to go to staff, but they want to make sure they're, in my other cities, it's been ward or district representatives knows exactly what's going on in their area. So it's probably going to be a little bit of both.
Aaron, what happens if a constituent chooses not to make any options? They just put their name, their email, and whatever it is they would have said in an email in the comment box.
I'd have to pull up the form because there's been iterations, but I believe that you have to choose a topic, even if it is I don't know. And then you would have to click on at least one of the boxes on who to submit the form to. So I don't know that you could just put your name and type in comments and hit submit. There needs to be just a little bit more context, even if that context is I don't know.
So somebody who wanted to go straight to the top with their concern would say, I don't know, for the topic, and click all of council, and then they could put whatever their perspective was in the box.
Correct. Yes, that is what would happen.
Okay, well, that was, sorry, Mark, did you have something else?
No, then I would just go back to the first point and say, to the extent that we can make this a little more friendly in appearance, I think that would serve us well. That's about it.
It's a great point. Do we have access to Clippy, that little Microsoft paperclip from 20 years ago? That was fun.
No, we do not.
On that note, but that was a good discussion. We spent a lot of time on it because we spent a lot of time on email. But maybe we can move through the next couple a little more quickly.
Terrific. We heard the feedback loud and clear that you'd like it as soon as possible. I do want to make sure that we can institute and implement our communications plan. I think we all agree that's going to be important. We also heard that you don't want email responses from each of you to come to any staff members unless you choose to manually add them. So thank you. Emily, would you mind pulling up the slides again where we left off? Thank you. You can go to the next slide, which I think is just a questions and discussion slide. And so you can go one more slide forward, please. So the next item is an area that we spend a lot of time talking about with the subcommittee members is how do we provide opportunities outside of your meeting format, which is relatively constrained in terms of two-way conversation, right? Just because of the volume and the structure and the importance of staying on task with a meeting. How do we provide opportunities outside of meetings for people to engage with each of you or a couple of you? And one of the things that we started piloting pre-COVID was a Chats and Walks with Council program. Where we would offer a few times a year. I think we started maybe with 4 or 6. We've tried different cadences where we would have council members, usually 2 or 3 at a time, sign up on a rotating schedule to be at a particular location where people can drop in and have a conversation. The chats tend to be sort of in a fixed location, right? The walks are while you're walking. And one of the benefits of those is that we're also able to highlight different projects or different parts of the city. But in both of these programs, they're open conversations with community members. They are typically facilitated by a staff member who also serves as a navigation resource. So if there's an issue that comes up that really needs to then go to a department for follow-up, that staff member can be that liaison. The audience members establish the agenda. They tell whoever's facilitating the meeting when they walk in the door what topic they're interested in talking about. Sometimes we've done this general audiences. Sometimes we've done it with a targeted audience. For example, one of our chats that was really popular was a Spanish-focused chat after one of the church services in town. So you can also just do it for a targeted audience. We can make these bilingual. We have found that different times, different days of the week, different locations, for people who are trying to avoid weekend times, we have had quite a bit of success with weekend hours just because people have some more availability. So we've tried this pre-COVID. We kind of put a pause COVID. We recently did a couple of chats. We would like to get a sense from this new council what the appetite and desire is for this type of a program so that we can, as staff, determine, do we want to do it? How often do we want to do it? What can we expect in terms of participation? To be very candid, in previous years where we had, as many as one every other month, it was sometimes challenging to get different council members to sign up. And it goes to the heart of this, I think, overarching issue of we have some differences in situation for council members, right? Some council members don't have a job other than being on council. Some council members are working a full-time job while trying to be on council. So we want to adjust the cadence of this to what you all think is realistic for council participation. And so as part of this item, we'd like to get your thoughts on chats and walks as a more formal program. We also have one more item under this, and so I think we'll get feedback on both of those if you don't mind. So next slide, Emily. The other approach, which is a either or, so we could do it with formal walks and chats, or we could do it instead, is the possibility of having less formal one-on-one office hours. Really, they probably should be called 2-on-1 office hours because we're talking about council members pairing up perhaps. And Bob and Rachel can speak to this in more detail because they were kind enough to start it up just a few months ago to sort of see what kind of interest there might be from the community. We are saying this would be less formal in terms of staff support, but we certainly would promote that this opportunity exists. The sessions that Bob and Rachel held were at the Penfield Tate Second Muni Building, a drop-in schedule. And I think there's interest for our subcommittee members, and I see Bob has his hand raised, so I'm hoping he can weigh in here to see if there's other council members who might be interested in this.
Bob, do you have a thought on this?
Well, yeah, let me speak to both of these formats. We launched the first one, the Chats with Council, in 2017. It actually came out of the 2017 election, and a lot of good community feedback comes out of elections, as some of you have just recently experienced, in suggestions from the community. And one of the suggestions from the community in the 2017 election was, gosh, standing in front of council and getting only 2 minutes of their time and no response back from council members is pretty unsatisfying. And of course, it's unsatisfying for us as well. And so one of the things we launched in late 17, early 18 was this idea of Chats with Council. Some have been fabulously successful and well attended, 20, 30, 40 people. I think one that Mary Young and Suzanne Jones did at the East Boulder Community Center had like over 100 people. On the other hand, Aaron will remember that he and I did one at a synagogue one time, and I think there was 2 people. And then recently, Aaron and Rachel and I did one at Bamoka, and there was only a small handful of people. So you never know what you're going to get. Sometimes it can be very satisfying. Sometimes it's just a small conversation. Although even those are meaningful as well. They're relatively unstructured. There is back and forth. There's no time limit. There is a staff member there to help facilitate if that's necessary, especially if there's follow-up that needs to happen. And then a couple of years ago, we added a component where you have there's a different dynamic when you're walking with somebody. You all know that, and so we added a different flavor and allowed community members and council members to get together and take long walks together in community members' neighborhoods and talk about whatever was on their mind. It wasn't limited to a tour of the neighborhood, but it obviously served that purpose. But then it also allowed neighbors to visit with council members about whatever they wanted to. And you might think it's a little awkward, but it actually works fine because 2 or 3 community members might be walking with that council members, and a few people will be ahead and behind, and then people kind of change positions. And over the course of a 45-minute or hour walk, pretty much everyone gets an opportunity to talk to those council members. So I actually find the walks even more satisfying than the chats where we sit in a library or a church or synagogue or a rec center. And then finally, the one-on-one sessions are another opportunity, even less structured than the chats, where it's just an open sign up. A community member can come in for 15 or 30 minutes, or a group of community members can. And Rachel actually piloted this, and just share with whatever's on their mind. And so we designate a certain time where these 2 council members would be there, Wednesday from 3 to 5, or maybe it's Saturday from 2 to 4 or something like that, depending on people's schedules, and doing it in a central location. We started with the Penfield Tate building, but perhaps the library or another place could serve a purpose. And I think, subject to council members' availabilities and interests, I think we're just trying to give our community members more access to council members so they can have a relatively unstructured and unfettered communication with us and then hear back from us. So that's really the purpose here. And I think what we're seeking tonight is really feedback from you all about whether these are things that you want to participate in, and if so, to what extent, so that staff can prepare appropriately. Thanks. Rachel, Rachel, I don't know if you want to maybe pile onto that.
Yeah, no, you covered it pretty well, Bob. I will say that I've participated in more of the chats with council from the community member perspective than I have from the council perspective. And they're really valuable, I think, as a community member. So I hope that people will consider participating and pairing up with someone to do some of those, because it is frustrating from the community side to, as someone said, just get the wall after 2 minutes and no response and no back and forth. It's really dissatisfying. So I also did council office hours. I think right after I got elected, I started doing them. And then I took them virtual. And then a month or 2 ago, talked to Bob about maybe just pairing up and doing them in real life again. And I think those are super valuable for community members and for council members to hear directly from people. Bob and I have only done, I think, one, and Bob also has done his own office hours, I recall, as a community member as well. So I think it would be great if we had if city staff could take that over and we could take turns pairing with different people and it wasn't just me and Bob. The only caution I would have is if it's not going to be at the municipal building, it should be somewhere that there's other members of the public around. And if it is at the municipal building, it should not be after hours, because I have tried that, which is convenient for the community, but it was not a super safe thing to be by myself in the building after hours. So I just think that staff will have to have some level of scheduling in ways that we are ensuring everyone's safety.
Thanks for that, Bob and Rachel. So I'm going to step in next, and then I see some folks raising hands, but let me just guide the conversation a little bit. If we can go to the previous slide, I think let's take these two things separately. We've got chats and walks in council, and then we have the office hour idea. And I'll just say that it seems to me that chats and walks is in my experience, has generally been popular. And just keeping in mind, council members, that these would be optional to participate in. So if you think this is the worst idea for us to do ever, that's fine, and just let us know that we should never do them. But if you feel like, well, I may or may not have time, that's fine. You don't have to sign up for this. So let me just put this out to see if folks object to this, and if a majority does, that's fine. But anybody have any feedback that we should not do the chats and walks? I'm not seeing any takers on the not. And so then maybe what I might suggest is, Sarah, rather than us all right now saying like, oh, I could do 1 a year or 4 or what have you, how about we do maybe we could do like an email or a survey or something like that polls us for our relative levels of interest and availability, that then could shape how many of these we do on what kind of cadence. Sarah, would that work?
I think that's a great solution.
Are council members okay with taking that approach? Okay, great. So looks like we got that one done. Feel free to pop in if that was a little too rapid in our next opportunity. The next one then, the office hours. Let me just start. I wanted to ask a question on this. Is this like any frequency that we want? I mean, are we imagining that you need to sign up for this on a semi-regular basis, or I didn't hear anything about possible frequency?
I can tell you what we're doing right now, which is Bob and I are doing twice a month.
Got it. Okay.
It could be anything, I would think.
So, and then maybe folks can weigh in on this. This is something that I say I personally would love to do, but with my day job, it's not something that I think I could do on that kind of regular basis. So maybe we could hear from folks, because if we have at least 4 or 5 or 6 people, 4 or 5 people that could handle this, then it seems worth doing. So maybe we can check in. Mark, you've got your hand raised.
My first comment is a question for Rachel. How did you find the participation on the one-on-one office hours? Were you finding it a productive use of time?
Yeah, it was definitely productive. It trailed off during COVID, when we were on lockdown and I went to virtual. So
okay.
Nothing is as satisfying, I think, on Zoom. So, but yeah, before we broke out, I had pretty good attendance. And I think Bob and I have had pretty decent signups so far. So I think that it's a valuable use of time.
Okay, well, then my comment is that I think these are both terrific suggestions. Yes, there are people who have day jobs and may not have availability, or family commitments and may not have this availability. For somebody like me whose day job is this job, I'd be more than happy to do chats and walks and office hours. I think one of our defects as a council is we don't get enough contact with enough people. There are always committed people on any particular issue that will be there and want to talk to us, but getting outreach to the rest of the community is one of our challenges, and anything that would help ameliorate that situation, I think, would be extremely valuable. So I would be delighted to participate. And I thank both of you for taking a look at this and proposing.
Thanks, Mark. Tara and then Nicole.
My first question is in regards to COVID. How do you navigate that? If somebody, do you ask them if they're vaccinated? I mean, how did you do that without putting yourself at risk or even them putting you at risk, for instance?
So for COVID, because of COVID, we basically suspended chats and walks. We did attempt to do a couple of conversations online, so that's always a possibility. The period of time where we tried a couple of these things were in that really short window where things looked really promising before Delta hit. So, we wanted to be ready to go in person when it was safe to do so. We obviously would have to follow indoor protocols that the county has in place and that we as a city want to make sure we're honoring if we're holding these meetings indoors. And that may affect people's appetite for participating. But I think we're going to have to be in this space for a while where the COVID regulations are part of our norm and we need to adjust to them.
The good thing about the outdoor walks is that they're outdoor. So
correct.
That seems
they also tend to be more popular, not in the winter months. So we would tend to, in general anyway, be scheduling those more for spring and summer and fall. And hopefully by then we might be in a different situation, but it's hard to say.
Okay, Nicole and then Lauren.
Thank you. So the short answer to the questions is yes. I'm interested in all of this. One of the things I'm thinking about is just looking at this from an equity lens, especially these meetings, the walks, and I'm wondering if staff could kind of help us connect with groups in the community that we might not be hearing from otherwise. Because the one thing that I worry about with, posting office hours and things is that these are the folks who will be engaging with us are the same people who are already engaging with us and already know how to contact us. And how can we, for those of us who aren't connected to groups and other groups in the community, how can we foster those connections? And this feels like a place where staff could, with all the connections that staff has, really be helpful in that regard. So just.
And that's definitely a lesson we learned in the first go around, that you saw many of the same people. And that was why we had some of the formats that we have tried that have been quite successful have been with targeted audiences, or maybe Spanish first instead of Spanish second. And so, I certainly think from an inclusivity perspective, we'd want to have a nice mix in any kind of program.
I just love that idea of just meeting people where they're at rather than having them come to us.
Yeah, the ones at the church were extremely successful. We had large amounts of turnout from folks who did not normally come to council meetings. It was phenomenal. The Spanish first ones. Mm-hmm. Lauren and the Matt.
I think, Aaron, although you talking about these separately, for me, they're both competing for the same amount of time. And so for me, while it's sort of going to be, if I do more of one, it's going to mean less of the other. And so for me, my balance is probably I'd be more interested in the walks. That's probably the thing especially given COVID and the ability to be outside and all of that. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't be interested in doing a couple of these a year. It just probably is going to be fairly minimal for me at the moment.
Yeah, makes sense. Good point. Matt?
Well, thank you. And I want to highlight a little bit of what Nicole said and sort of build on that a little bit. To me, for one, I'll just say I'm open to both. My work is sunrise, sunset, in the middle of the night, taking pictures of the stars. So daytime stuff is fine for me to get stuff done. So I have an opposite cadence of some in that sense. But I like both. I want to make sure that we're reaching new folks. And to me, that's how I measure. I'm going to be measuring the success of expanding our outreach to talking to new people. I'm concerned that all we're going to do is just hear more of the same from the same people and multiply that. And I'm not sure that's going to build on the quality of our engagement over the quantity. So I'm okay starting this, but I want to know that we can quickly adapt, throttle, or scuttle if all we're doing is just repeating the same messages we're getting from the same folks. To me, that's a bit concerning and not really additive to Nicole's point of reaching folks that are otherwise not normally heard from.
That's good, Matt. And I'll just jump in here and say, I mean, it sounds like we have strong support for both, and it's really more of a scheduling question than anything else, is what I'm hearing. So we might take the same approach here, Sarah, as the other one in terms of how many people and how often, and figure out a cadence. But Rachel, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just going to say two things. One, we've always had for office hours translation available as well, and that's on the sign up form. And you can choose your language and can have ask for a translator to be present. So that's built in. No one has used it yet, though. And so far, we have not had the city promoting office hours. So I don't know how that will impact who shows up. But in my experience, and I'd be curious what Bob's was, it is not, it's not people that I usually hear from. I've met a lot of different people that way. So however they're finding their way, it is reaching people who aren't necessarily commenting at open comment or emailing all the time. So
yeah, I'd agree. It's a great point, Matt, but I started office hours in 2015, and some weeks I would see 25 people in a week, and it was different people. And then when we started doing chats and walks with council, a lot of times we would do them, at mobile home parks and churches. Mary and I did one after a salsa class at a rec center. It brought all sorts of people that we never, ever heard from before. Yes, there were certainly people who show up regularly on Tuesday nights who would come to those as well, and that's fine. But probably a significant majority of them were people who were just first-time communicators with the council. So it was really refreshing and reassuring. And I'd encourage everyone. We've been doing it for more than 4 years. I'd encourage everyone to try it, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised to meet people that you've never heard from before, especially the walks. The walks are because they're neighborhood focused, and typically people in a neighborhood show up, and you see lots of people you've never heard from before, never wrote us emails, never showed up on a Tuesday night. So it's a really great way to hear from people that are not typical communicators to us.
That was my experience with the walks as well. So Sarah, is that good enough to move forward with?
It is. So let's bring us home with the last topic in this presentation. Emily, would you mind forwarding the slides, please? You can go one more. Okay, so I'm probably also going to let Bob and Rachel explain their vision on this, but just quickly, I will say that currently, I think most of you are aware either because you've been through the interviews as council members or you perhaps were on a board and commission. We set aside a number of evenings in March where applicants come in and go through interview processes with council members, pretty time intensive. The suggestion from the council subcommittee, and I think they actually referenced this a little bit when you looked at your calendar a couple of weeks ago in one of your meetings, that they would like us perhaps to try something different as soon as this upcoming March, when we have our selection process, where council invites applicants to complete a short at-home video, responding perhaps to the same questions that they would have responded to in the interview. We would need to, from an equity perspective, we've identified that we might need to give some drop-in hours where somebody could come stand in front of a staff camera or staff phone and do their recording in case they didn't have the ability. But videos would be submitted by a certain date. You'd still need to watch these videos because it's an important consideration process, but council members would be able to do this on their own time rather than setting aside these long hours of time where community members have to come to a physical place to meet with you. So I think the subcommittee would like to see if council is interested in trying this. We're coming to you on this issue now because we would want to provide this guidance about this process change in advance of the recruitment period, which actually starts very early. I actually think the end of this year and into early next year in anticipation of a March selection process. So Bob and Rachel, would you like to add to that?
Sure, I'll give it a start. I've always hated, quite frankly, our interview process. We line up 6 or 8 people on one side of the table and council sits on the other, and we wing off a few questions, often not really well reflected questions. Each of the applicants hears the other applicant's answers. So if you're the first person, you're really nervous because you just got hit with a question. If you're the last person, pretty much everybody down the line has already said what you were going to say. And then there's an equity issue because sometimes people can't attend the interview at the time that we designate for the interview. And I think in my 6 years on council, I'm not sure we've ever appointed somebody who was unable to attend, which is really, really unfair. And so the idea is to craft some thoughtful questions, let people go off and either on their own or with the assistance of our city staff to prepare short 2 or 3 minute videos and respond to those 2 or 3 questions. And they'd be unique because no one else would hear those answers. And we would go off and listen to them. It's not going to be a huge time savings for us because we're still going to have to listen. We have about 100 applicants typically for our various boards and commissions. So we're going to have several hours worth of videos to watch. But I think the quality of the responses are going to be more thoughtful and more unique. I talked to a guy who was going to apply for one of our boards and commissions, and I bounced this idea off him. He goes, "Oh, this is great because I'm going to sing my answers." He's a guitar player, so he's going to craft songs in response to whatever questions we pose to him and sing his video, which is great. And so when you hit that video, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I think this is Rachel's idea. I think it's a great idea. It's going to take us about as much time as before, but we can do it on weekends. We can do it on evenings. We can do it whenever council members want to see the videos. We'll have a deadline, and then we'll give each of us several weeks to watch those videos before we make our selections. And I just think it's going to be a vast improvement from the process we've used for time immemorial that really has been not a very good process. Rachel, this is your idea, and I love it.
Bob. I would just add that obviously we would still post the videos to our website or whatever, so that they'd still be available to members of the public, because right now it's a public interview process. So just wanted to flag that I don't think we'll be losing anything. I'm hoping it will be much better for staff who's not going to have to support 3 nights of interviews, as well as the applicants themselves. The people like Bob, the people I've talked to about this possibility have all been very receptive, and 2 people said that they were more likely to apply for a board if they could submit a video rather than do the sort of stressful 5 in a row, 6 in a row interview. So nothing else to add.
Thanks. Let's see. So order here. We've got Junie, Mark, Tara, and then I'll call on myself.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm a little bit conflicted by this. I think I'm still one of those people who value in-person interviews, but I understand the value of giving people the opportunity to just submit something to us. I'm thinking other things would have to work out as well. And I think it was mentioned earlier, for instance, the length of the videos. But I wonder if this could be hybrid as well, where if some people want to send in a video, they could, as opposed to showing up to meet council members. Or, I mean, we also have Zoom. How about a virtual interview? So I'm just not sure if I'm 100% sold on this idea of just sending a video, because it's just, it feels slightly robotic and not as dynamic as when you talk with someone, when you try to get to know them through conversation. And it's going to be more scripted in a way, because they have the opportunity to do take after take, as opposed to, hey, this is very organic. You're having a conversation with someone. Yeah, that's my thought on it right now. I'm just not sold yet, but I'll just listen to the rest of council, and maybe I'll be won over by the end of the night.
Me, Mark, and Tara, and me.
Having been both a participant and a judge at these casting sessions, my only comment is hallelujah. There's something so artificial, as Bob mentioned, about attending these things where the first person is sweating their response because they're not sure how to answer the question. By the 3rd or 4th answer, they're keying off the earlier answers and responding accordingly. lets everybody express themselves in the manner that they want. It allows us to pick our own times for reviewing these. I think it's fantastic. I think it will create a less artificial means of our assessing the various candidates, except perhaps the guy who's singing. That might be a little more problematic, and lets us consider them in our own time frame and then come together and make some decisions on them. I really do think this is terrific, and I support it wholeheartedly. So thanks.
Thanks, Sarah, me, and Matt.
I actually don't like this idea. And some of the reasons are kind of with Junie. First of all, it sounds to me like it's an American Idol interview. I mean, you get the opportunity to show you're really performing. And you have all this time to think about what you're going to say. Really, your husband could, or your partner could write it for you. So you don't really know who wrote it. It can be not authentic, actually. So it would have the opposite. To me, it would do the opposite of what we wanted. So there's not much, I would actually not apply to a commission because I'm so petrified to make a video of myself. The whole Channel 8 thing just nearly pushed me over the edge, to tell you the truth, but I had to do it, so I did it, but I was shaking. So I would rather Zoom, in the sense that what I absolutely did not like about those interviews, and I mean did not like, because I was one of those sweating people, is people would ask me a question and I didn't even know what the question was. I kept saying, what's the question again? And them repeating it didn't help me. So if I was first, it would be a disaster. But if I was second or third, I could figure out the question. So what I would rather would be some sort of a short Zoom interview where even 5 minutes, where we're given the questions, person's given the 3 questions ahead of time, so they don't have to be nervous that it's like what's the opposite of a take-home test, that. Yeah. So it would be more like a take-home test where you can prepare, but then somebody can ask you a question or two so we can make sure we're getting the authentic you. So that's my take on it.
Thanks, Sarah. Me, then Matt, then Nicole. Well, Rich, I appreciate you bringing the idea forward, and Bob as well. I will in no way claim that our current process is an ideal process. I can't say I'm a fan of this revision, though. I do think there's a value to having both the written and the interview components. You get a sense of people in different ways from the two. One of them, they've prepared the answers, they've done some research, they've written it up, and in the other one, it's unscripted. You hear their authentic ideas as they're kind of crafting them on the spot. So if we do the spoken interview that's pre-recorded, it's just like the written part, except they're speaking it instead of writing it, right? Like that they got them in advance, they think about them, they write up their answers, and then they speak them into a camera. And I don't think that adds a huge amount of value in terms of our trying to get a sense of them as individuals. We'd miss out on those individual interactions where you get a better sense of people's values and approach to speaking to people and how they interact, which I think is valuable. And there is also the equity component of the how much time people would have to devote to that. So people, we get a lot of folks who are retired or semi-retired and have the time to apply and serve on boards. But I think this would help that the people who were in that situation in their life could spend a long time putting something very polished together. And so the in-person interviews are a bit of an equalizer that way. And while I appreciate the fact that we would give folks help in technology, I would still be concerned about the barriers for folks who would be very comfortable recording a video for themselves, and folks who would have no idea how to do it or couldn't do it and might feel uncomfortable about then going in and then they'd be shaky and they deliver it, what have you. So I'm happy to talk about other ways of revising the process, because it is definitely imperfect in the ways you all have laid out. But I would not, I wouldn't go to this one. One thought, Bob, you did say that I don't think we've ever appointed somebody who couldn't be there. I think you're right about that. One small thing would be to allow folks to record a video if they absolutely couldn't make it, as an opt-out thing. But I wouldn't do it for everybody. Okay, thanks for bearing with me. I've spent a lot of time applying for boards and listening to this, so I have thoughts. Okay, Matt, Nicole, Lauren, and Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm looking at two things. One is this just general simplifying process? And is this sort of adapting through COVID or both? I'm struggling to sort of see this pendulum swing that we're going to go strictly to sort of the technological solution, because to me, there's an equity issue with regards to so many who are not comfortable with technology. And to me, the best solution here, especially given that we face an anemic response to some of our boards and have to extend time open or get the same applicants over year in, year out, I would say that we need to find a way to hybrid this. I like kind of where Junie's going, that why can't we offer both, especially in these difficult times that we're in? And then maybe as it settles out, we clearly see that one is the preferred method. But I have a hard time just sort of going straight to the technological one without then alienating another folks, because we want to cast as wide a net, I feel, and get as many applicants. And the fact that technology means that we might attract some new ones, great, but I don't want to then lose some on the other side because we're not having some in person and giving that flexibility as well.
Thanks, Nicole, Lauren, Mark.
Thank you. I'm going to echo this sort of desire for some kind of hybrid thing. And I know that you all have thought about this a lot more than I have. Let me just tell you the things that are standing out for me as really things that are very appealing and things that I have a little bit of concern about. One is I love the idea of moving away from group interviews. I think that is a really nice thing to do. And I understand that if we were to move away from group interviews and not have some sort of process where we can watch things offline, I'm not actually sure how we could do that, realistically with individual interviews for so many people. I think, the thing that I'm trying to understand is what is the benefit of doing a video versus, say, an audio recording or something like that. If, someone were just to be able to call in and give responses, something like that. If I don't know if there's benefit to video versus the audio call. And and then this was just a general question about the process that may not fit in here, but just are there objective criteria that we're scoring people on? Because that sort of influences my perception as well about how to get responses from people.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. Lauren and Mark.
So I agree that moving away from the group interviews to me makes a lot of sense. And but I do like the off the cuff nature of the current process. I think that, Aaron, what you brought up about having a recorded portion and a more like seeing how people are in the moment is great. But the disparities of not having the same amount of times to prepare, or, I know I personally would get fixated on every little detail and would go sideways fast. So I think, I don't know, I was sort of wondering about, because right now we're in a Zoom world, right? Everything, a lot of the boards are meeting virtually and things like that. And it's pretty easy to do a Zoom recording. And so I wonder if it's maybe like a planning, one of us sort of saying hi, having a few words, asking the same question to each person individually in like a one-on-one Zoom that's recorded, that then we all share and all look at, so that there is that off the cuff portion to it. But we could also help, like, you're sitting really far back from the camera, maybe, I don't know, we can help people balance some of the really big issues potentially. That's just a thought.
Thanks, Lauren. Mark and Tara.
Yeah, I think Nicole is correct in suggesting some sort of audio alternative. If you don't have time, you don't have comfort level or capability to do this as a prepared video. I'm not concerned with the possible artificiality of this. It's no less to me artificial than what we get at our meetings. All we're testing is the capacity of an applicant to respond under pressure. That's not what we want to get for our boards and commissions. We want to get people of judgment, and not everybody with judgment is as comfortable in responding in a pressurized environment to a question that they've just heard. Those are not the qualities I think we would value most for most of our boards and commissions. So I think moving away from, I said it's like a casting couch approach to boards and commissions to something where people can be a little more thoughtful. I don't think somebody applying for planning board is going to have their spouse or roommate or friend compose their video for them. Could it happen? Sure, it could happen. But I don't know if that would be more frequent or less frequent than our appointing somebody who simply was glib in a moment of high pressure and turned out not to be a person of judgment when they actually served on the board. I think we're testing for the wrong qualities in the way that we do it. And anything that will get us closer to at least seeing and hearing what somebody actually feels about an issue without having the clock ticking and sitting there sweating that they're answering in the correct way, I think is beneficial. So I'm still enthusiastic about this proposal.
Thanks, Mark. Tara, then Rachel.
First of all, Rachel and Bob, thank you so much, which I forgot to say, but I need to tell you how happy I am, how much thought you put into this. I'm going to go with Lauren's idea. First of all, when it comes to being on a board or a commission, how you act with other people, how you treat them, it's a group setting. So it is pretty important how you can relate to other people. So one thing you miss in those videos is whether or not you can relate to other people, whether you're going to take over a space, a board or a commission, it's all people working together. So if somebody can't work together, that can really throw a board or a commission. So I like the idea of these one-on-one taped discussion with one of the council members, right? So now everybody doesn't have to be there. The questions are given in advance, so there's not the pressure of spontaneous thought, which has always been the hardest for me. And then you get to see that person reacting to, with discussing something with another council member, and you can see how well they get along with people to some degree. So I like that idea the best. I think it'll show the personality part as well of the person, which is to some degree actually important on a board or a commission.
Thanks, Sarah. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on something that Mark said, which is, the degree of sort of authenticity and what we're testing people for. And I appreciated the way he said it. It's, I think a lot of what we do, think through things in advance, and we know what we're going to be discussing in advance. And I don't think there's some value to if you put me on the spot right now and ask me a question, I've never thought about it, and I answer it with no input from experts even, and no, I don't know, you'd like to think when we're asking questions about a board that we're asking something that of course anybody applying for that board would have thought about, but that's not always true. So I think that if people are critically analyzing, even if they're getting help, I'm sure that most board members do get help on from staff members and community members before speaking publicly about things. So I don't know that we lose much in having people get to think about it and have crisper answers. Anyhow, I'm not opposed to the Zoom questions. I don't, there's some thought that we're seeing how people work in groups and stuff, but it's really, it is sort of a robotic process already. You sit down, you go through, everybody gets asked the same question. You're not back and forth. It's not a discussion. It's just a question, 2 minutes, your time's up, question, 2 minutes, your time's up, question. So if we're operating within that system, which seems like the only system that's feasible with the volume of interviews we get, that it is going to be sort of an assembly line system one way or another. So I think we're just kind of trying to figure out how do we want to formulate the assembly line in a way that everyone is most comfortable and we are being most efficient with staff time, with our time, and with community members' time. And I'm happy whichever thing we decide. Bob and I were just sort of kicking around with our subcommittee, like how can we make this better?
Good points, Rachel. Can you give us a quick speech on how anteaters function in the ecology of sub-Saharan Africa? Yeah, how well are we all going to do? Okay, Bob and then Nicole, and then I'll offer a thought.
Yeah, two things. One, I wanted to kind of build on the suggestion that Lauren and Tara made. I think that's actually a good one, and maybe it fits with the point that Judy and others raised about having a little bit of dialogue and having this be a little conversational, but not necessarily having 9 council members lined up on one side of the table and however many applicants on the other side of the table, and everyone hears everyone's answer. And that is to do kind of one council member leading a board and commission set of interviews with some predetermined questions, and then recording that so the rest of us can watch that. It actually leads into a recommendation that I don't know if this is going to come from the engagement committee or the boards and commissions committee, but it's something we've been talking about for a few years, and I think maybe will come to a head next year, which is to have each council member assigned, so to speak, a couple of boards and commissions. So Aaron would have 2, and Mark would have 2, and Tara would have 2. And we would be kind of more or less responsible for those couple of boards and commissions to be available to them. And we could start it with this interview process along the lines of what Tara and Lauren suggested, where Lauren, is responsible for 2 boards and commissions. She comes up with the questions and she interviews each of the applicants. It's recorded, and the rest of us can watch that. So that hybrid might be something that we want to try, whether this year or in 2023. And then after Nicole and anybody else speaks, I wonder if we could kick this back to staff, to Sarah, and see what staff thinks about their preferred method would be.
Nicole?
I just wanted to spotlight for us Mark's comment, which is, I think, spot on in that not only would this kind of process where we're giving people time to think about their responses benefit everybody, it's something that makes these applications accessible to people with learning or attention disorders, to people who deal with mental illness like anxiety, those kinds of things too. So I understand that there is likely to be more work involved by kind of doing it this way, where we're having somebody lead the interviews, perhaps in this kind of hybrid model. And I think the benefit that we would all gain from that would be having the potential for a more diverse pool of applicants who will not be held back by their invisible disabilities.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nicole. I'll just, in a little bit of a summary, what I'll say is I think part of what we're struggling with here is that there is no ideal way of interviewing 100 people for 20 boards, with 9 people, right? Without spending, weeks and weeks of time, right? So I think we're hitting, the difficulties of the inherent difficulties of the situation, and every approach has trade-offs. So, to your point, Nicole, being able to pre-record might privilege some people with more time, like I said, but having the interview in person makes it almost undoable or completely undoable for people with other issues, right? So that's a great point. So so there are trade-offs. So I was going to go where Bob was going, which is, Sarah, I wonder if we could turn to you. Clearly we have a diversity of perspectives, but there are some, I think, common things that we're striving for. Mm-hmm. And this idea of some kind of hybrid, like several folks have said, that idea of a council member interviewing a group, with predetermined questions, that seems like it has some promise and some legs potentially. But I wonder if we could go back to you and maybe in conjunction with Bob and Rachel, try to work out a revised proposal that kind of gets to some of these comments that we've had. What do you think about that?
So think we've definitely gotten some valuable feedback on some of the features that you don't like and some of the features you would like of a different system. I'm very reluctant to just commit on the spot to doing multiple systems or some hybrid approach. As much as we love providing people with options, the more options you provide, the more staff implications and resource implications there are for that. So I'd want to go back and be able to talk with my partners. And so perhaps we could take some of this feedback and go back to the subcommittee, and I could go back to some key staff partners and see if we could come up with something. I'm a little concerned that if we're going to do something different, I'm getting direction from the clerk that we would need to launch that when we announce the new process in the January. So we're a little bit under the time pressure, but I'd like to have some time to ponder what we've heard tonight before I commit.
That makes sense. I've got Mark and Rachel.
A heretical notion. Not every board and commission is as significant as every other. Have we ever given any consideration to having a subcommittee of the council, in effect, vet the applicants for some of the lesser boards to make recommendations to us, in effect, to spread our resources a little bit and not have each one of us participating with 100 applicants for 20 boards? You wouldn't do it for planning, obviously. You wouldn't do it for TAB, but we have a lot of boards and commissions. And I would be very comfortable if Nicole and Bob, or any combination of two council members, were to vet some of these other commissions and say, it is our recommendation that the following two candidates be appointed. Is that, and then we could ratify it. To some extent, one of the problems with our process is it is an enormous commitment of time. And again, I'm not sure that we're getting full value in terms of the process that we're using at the moment. So I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but I don't know that a full council has to be involved at every board and commission. Again, some of them are more significant than others.
So I'll just chime in, Mark, that in my experience, I don't think that's been talked about, which doesn't mean it couldn't be, but it is. I don't think it's been thoroughly discussed before. Sarah, have we ever gone over that idea in the past?
I can't speak with historical knowledge of it. Will just say that we have a lot of proposals that we've heard from community members as well as from staff on ways to improve the boards and commissions process. And there are other proposed changes, like, do we really want as many boards as we have? Should we be taking a more scrutinized look at how many we have? Who's going to select them? Does it have to be the full council, or could there be an alternative? So this is sort of foreshadowing, I think, some really interesting conversations that we're likely to have. I think because there was hopes of, if we were going to try something different, we would try it with this selection process. That's why we brought this particular one to you early. But we are going to have a more holistic conversation, and I think it will be very interesting to hear where people feel like we should be going.
That's helpful to hear that we'll be talking more about this before too long. I feel like we should wrap up soon, but Rachel and Tara?
Yeah, we're just going to say in terms of following up, maybe this should go to the boards and commissions subcommittee that is newly seated rather than to engagement subcommittee, which is me and Bob. So I just want to offer that out.
I saw Lauren with the hands thumbs up. Tara, what do you think?
Yes.
So what about that for a next step then? Is Sarah, like, for you and your staff to think about, how you might put together a process that incorporates the various feedback that we've been given, and then reach out to Tara and Lauren as the boards and commissions subcommittee, which does seem like a good place to discuss it, to go over, thoughts that you have about a step forward.
I think we could probably do that. I would need to work with the staff members who support that subcommittee, but I don't think that's a problem at all.
Great. Terry, did you have anything else?
The only thing I was going to say, and it's a moot point if I'm going to be involved, is that asking for the questions in particular, I wonder if it makes sense to ask the particular board or commission. So let's say we ask Parks, what 2 or 3 questions do you think we should ask? When I think of some of the questions that I was asked, you know, I won't repeat them, but some of them weren't really didn't help Parks, didn't help to know what I would be able to give to, let's say, the Parks board. So a question for me to you all would be, does it make sense to involve the particular board and even ask them what's even one question that you think we should ask the person that is applying for the board? I don't know if that makes sense.
That is very similar to a recommendation that a community group has made to improve the process, is to ask the current board for ideas about questions and how to evaluate candidates. Again, I think that's something that's going to come up in this more holistic conversation. But the boards and commission subcommittee will learn all about all the proposals and be very key partners in helping us figure out what to bring to the full council and when. So I look forward to that conversation.
Great. All right. Well, why don't we wrap this up? I want to thank Bob and Rachel again. I mean, you identified that the current process was really flawed, and brought forward a promising idea, and we've had a robust discussion, and hopefully we'll get from here to a better place with these interviews. So thanks again for that.
Okay. I think that closes out our presentation. Emily, if you wouldn't mind taking down the slides. We really appreciate your attention and your feedback. We've heard a lot of great input, and we will take it to heart and try to come up with a plan.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. All right, well, we got a couple things left. It's getting late, so let's see if we can be swift with these. We have a matter from the city attorney about the voter-approved initiative of the Humane Clothing Act. Sandra, you can talk to us about that?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I'll try and keep it brief as we are reaching or approaching the witching hour. So the purpose of this item is to provide council with an update on the Humane Clothing Act. The author of the initiative reached out to CAO and indicated that he would like a small change to the ordinance to address a potential preemption issue related to compliance with state law. CAO supports that change, and in addition to that, a representative from CAO attended the November chamber meeting where the business community raised questions and identified issues related to the fur ban. The biggest concern seemed to be an inability to address the existing inventory that can't be sold after the effective date of January 1st. One way to address this would be to extend the effective date out to a reasonable period of time so that business owners would be allowed to continue sale of those banned items and deplete their inventory. This change would provide a reasonable grace period for business owners. And then with respect to the issue of enforcement, it's not uncommon for the city to provide the community with a period of time for education and warnings prior to enforcement of a new law. City staff recently met to coordinate on this matter, and we are proposing to provide either a 30 or 60-day education period. During this time, Yvette Bowden with Community Vitality will work with the Chamber to develop an FAQ and webinar to provide clarity and address business owners' questions. In addition, during this education period, no citations will be issued. In the month of January, CAO will bring council an ordinance amendment for consideration that would address the petition committee's concern and also address the business community's needs by extending the effective date to provide a reasonable grace period to allow businesses the opportunity to sell off any existing inventory that they have on hand. The extension proposed would be either 30 or 60 days. Once this new effective date is triggered, warnings would be provided for a short period rather than tickets. And as some of you know, the authority for council to make amendments to voter-approved initiatives is found in Charter 54, which allows amendments to be made so long as they do not alter or modify the basic intent of the ordinance or are necessary to come into compliance with state or federal law. There is no case law on the definition of basic intent, so it's difficult to say how much change is too much. However, I think that if council were to take a conservative approach to any changes, such as the ones that I've outlined tonight, there shouldn't be a legal issue. So with that, I'll bring it back to council.
Thanks for that update, Sandra. Are you looking for feedback on that, or is this just an announcement of the approach that you're planning on taking?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think that we would like some direction from council if the proposed plan doesn't sound good.
Okay, thanks. Bob, Junie, Mark, and I'll call myself.
Yeah, this is, I guess, is a question for Sandra, since it sounds like she's been talking with the proponents. First of all, I think it's really clear important for the community to understand that this law was not written by council, was not written by city staff. It was a petitioned initiative by a group of residents that was written in their own language and presented to the voters, and a small majority of the voters approved it. So we have what we have. And now it sounds like we have people who are wanting us to do some cleanup. On the one hand, it sounds like the petitioners have some problems with the language that they actually proposed to the voters. They've asked us to clean that up, which I think we can do with their consent. And now we've heard from community members, particularly business owners and the chamber, who are looking for some sort of extension of enforcement period. I'm not sure the council can tell staff what to enforce and what not to enforce, but we heard a request for enforcement moratoriums ranging from 3 months to 12 months this evening. I guess my question to Sandra, is there a trade to be had here? In other words, the applicants or the petitioners have said, geez, the language was not as good as we could have made it, and we might have some conflict with state law here. Can you help us? Can you fix this for us? And then we have other community members who are saying, can we suspend enforcement for 3 to 6 months or 12 months? I'm not sure council can do that without their consent because of the intent requirement under section 54. But could we go back to the petitioners and say, geez, we'll fix your language, but would you stipulate to a 3-month or 6-month or whatever it is, a non-enforcement period or the effective date delay in exchange for us fixing your language? Is that something that we could negotiate with them?
I don't know if it would necessarily be a negotiation, but we definitely intend to go back to those petitioners and ask them for their input. And I believe that it would be helpful to have their support in terms of what it moves forward. So I absolutely intend to circle back with those folks to do that.
Thank you. Some clarity, Bob, because I've had some of these conversations, so I just want to maybe help address that. So I've talked with the petitioners and some of the business owners. I was on that meeting with Luis Toro and the Boulder Chamber. They acknowledge that this measure was largely symbolic, and they had absolutely zero intent to have this hurt any businesses. And so they've expressed to me that they are okay with a grace period. So that to me gives I think us a lot of freedom in which we can provide that without implicating Section 54 in a way that would be detrimental to our processes or any legalities. I think it's a matter of what is that grace period number, and I think where the conversation is settled is somewhere in that 6 to 9 month time frame. I think that's where all parties have sort of said they're comfortable somewhere within that range. Those are the conversations I've had with all parties involved. So maybe to help sort of narrow the scope of where we're leaning, but those are the conversations I had. But I just want to sort of add that context for you, Bob, and Sandra as well.
That's really helpful, Matt. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Matt.
Junie, Mark, and then myself.
Thank you, Aaron. I think Bob asked my question. I think that was exactly my question, whether we will be working with the petitioner and also the business community to come up with the right amount. But I think I just wanted to clarify, because you mentioned a 30 to 60 day education. And then that means that, we would stay any enforcement between the 30 to 60 days. And then are you saying that after the 30 and 60 days, then we will have negotiation and find out where petitioners stand, as opposed to just have a 9-month stay right away?
Is the question to me, Junie?
Yes.
Okay, then my response would be that those conversations would happen right away. There's no need to wait. And I think that it would be important to get those things ironed out as early as possible, because the idea was, a proposal was to bring forward an ordinance amendment as soon as possible in the new year. And that would have a new effective date. And so that's the date, that whatever date that it might be, triggers everything else. So there's an education period that would be 30 or 60 days. And then once that new effective date is triggered, then warnings would be provided for a short period of time rather than tickets.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say that I would support the amendment submitted by the petitioners, but of course, I would also want to support the business community. So I think it's a matter of finding a balance, as opposed to, you do this for us and we'll do this for you, because it's important. They passed this initiative and it was supported by community. And also we have to protect businesses in a way also that is reflective of our values in the community. We don't want them to lose their business just because of this initiative that just passed. So working with both the petitioner and the businesses to come up to an ideal to protect them for the next, 3 to 6 months, I would support that as well. Thank you.
Mark, then me, then Nicole.
I would be a little more robust in the effective date. I would do it 9 months to a year, limited to inventory acquired before January 1st. If somebody wants to buy more inventory that's going to be prohibited by the statute, knowing that the statute is in effect, I think that's their risk. But with respect to existing inventory, I would really like to give them as much lead time as possible in order not to be stuck with it at the end of the day. And with respect to fur products, my guess is the velocity of sales is probably not that great. And so for me, it would be 9 months to a year for that effective date. And I think that's what we were hearing from businesses tonight, and I'd like to be supportive of that.
Thanks, Mark. I'll chime in and say, Sandra, I think the approach you're taking is a good one. Thank you for bringing that forward. I'd just say that 30 days might not be enough time for that education period. I'd hate to have to pass something on emergency at a special meeting because it took a little longer to implement the next ordinance. So maybe 60 days gives us a little space. Really glad to hear that the organizers of the petition process are open to some collaboration here. So that's good news. So it sounds like we have a solid path forward. Education period followed by ordinance that makes the changes the petitioners request, plus delays the effective date by some number of months, and then we can move forward into full implementation after that. So it sounds like a great approach. Nicole.
Great, thank you.
So I really like the idea of giving folks some time to sell off the inventory that they have already purchased. That seems important. And I think where I'm struggling a little bit is that just a couple weeks ago, we were having a conversation about formally versus informally pausing enforcement related to a ballot measure that voters had, in that case, rejected. In this case, they approved it, and we're talking about putting in place a formal moratorium to kind of overturn what the voters decided. And again, I just want to reiterate, I am supportive of letting people sell off their inventory. I think that's critical. And I'm just wondering if we could kind of take a similar approach where we just kind of ask that people are not in, that staff is not enforcing this. And Nuria, I don't know, maybe you and Sandra could speak to this, but just not enforce it for 2022. I mean, can we do that kind of thing? It feels like a more equitable process given our discussion a couple weeks ago, just to treat the business community the same way that, we treated other folks who were interested in occupancy reform. And I'm sorry I said those words. We're probably going to get lots more emails.
Well, so I'm happy to try to respond to that, and I appreciate your question, Nicole. I think that in some ways we're talking about something different because this is an initiative that was brought forward by the community, by residents, and we actually have direct authority and constraints on what the council can and can't do with an initiative that has been approved by the voters. And that direction is found in that charter section 54 that I mentioned. So I really feel that we need to follow that. And because of that, I am recommending a conservative approach to any changes to that ordinance, because I don't think that our charter allows for anything more than that.
Okay, thanks. Matt, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, and maybe just some clarification. As I sort of understand it, that this education period is in many ways to just cover the gap of what is currently the effective date of January 1st, 2022. And in light of us not having the time to pass an ordinance ahead of that, we need this education period to cover the gap until we can pass an ordinance to create the grace period, which then allows us not to have to enforce the very law. So I see this, am I understanding that's the mechanism to buy us the time to get the ordinance, to then have the grace period in which we can sort out the language changes and make those opportunities, get the ordinance done? Or is it trying to be done in one package, that it's grace period and language changes to the ordinance all in one fell swoop, but either way needing to provide that sort of statutory gap in terms of first, second reading of an ordinance sometime in January or early February, and covering that effective date gap that currently exists?
So it's twofold. I think you are on the right track. It is to address this grace period and to allow for an effective date that provides for that, but it is in combination with the education period that's necessary for, and as I've mentioned before, it's not uncommon for us to take the approach to provide that education period. So that's an administrative function under the city manager's authority. And so it is in combination. I think that to provide some security, perhaps for business owners, it's important to try to get those changes made as soon as possible. And that's why I had recommended bringing something forward sometime in January. But, you know, if we're just talking about making the change that the petitioner asked for and then providing a grace period, then I don't see an issue with doing that in January. If council is contemplating making additional changes, which I don't recommend, then we would need additional time to vet that.
Fair, although I don't think I've heard anyone proposing additional changes at this point.
Can I just add too that, and I appreciated the question, Nicole. I think it's slightly different situation because one was something that passed that we actually have to act on versus something that had not. And had it passed, we actually would have been in a different situation coming to council with some additional conversations about how to enforce given the constraints as well. So putting that aside, I'll say that we have talked as a staff team too about curing whatever flaw the petitioners may think there is, and then figuring out the capacity to enforce. If that were an issue, we'd be thinking about that as well. This is a situation where we actually don't think there's the volume that people think is going to be problematic in this community. And I know that Yvette Bowden, our assistant city manager, is also working with the business community, because one of the first things I think we have to do that will settle everyone down in terms of the confusion is just define some things, because the language isn't as clear as it could be. And I think once that happens, then I think it'll be clear the small percent of folks that will be impacted. And then we can talk a little bit more about what that recommendation is about grace period and enforcement and what that looks like. So I think by January, we'll hopefully have worked with the chamber and some of the business community just to address some of those questions, because that will, I think, help mitigate some of the concerns that are outstanding at the moment.
Good. Well, Sandra, do you have the direction that you needed to move forward on this?
I do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for looking into this and taking the feedback from the community and the petitioners and ours as well. So we'll get this implemented over time. All right, we got one last thing about retreat homework. Everybody's favorite word, homework.
I think this is from Rachel and me as the retreat planning committee for this year. So I'm going to take a shot at it, and then Rachel's going to correct anything I got wrong. So just working backwards, our retreat is the evening of Friday, January 21st from 4 to 8 p.m., I believe. And then the morning of Saturday, January 22nd from 8 o'clock, we'll wrap up by noon. We're going to be facilitated, as we have been for many years, by Heather Bergman, who is just an excellent facilitator. And so working backwards from there and starting with our first meeting at the beginning of the year, on January 4th, our first meeting of the new year, we're going to be presented a lot of material and information. We're going to have the responses from our boards and commissions on what they think we should be working on in 2022 and 23. Our community connectors are going to do likewise. And then staff is going to share with us, city staff is going to share with us those things that they're already working on, either because of staff initiatives or just carry over from the last council. And so I think by the end of that meeting on the 4th, we're going to have a pretty good idea of what folks in the community, or at least the boards and commissions and community connectors, want us to work on. I think community members are already starting to weigh in through individual emails, and then of course staff will tell us what they're already working on. And then the first item of 2 items of homework will kick in 2 days later on January 6th. As you saw from your emails from Heather Bergman, she's asked us, each council member, to list his or her top 5 priorities. Now, these are things that hopefully you're already reflecting on, but we're asking you not to submit those in case there's something you hear from staff or the community connectors or boards and commissions that might change your top 5 priorities. But by no later than the 6th of January, which is 2 days after our January 4th meeting, we ask you that you submit to Heather your list of top 5 items, what problem you want to have solved and what you would consider to be success in that work plan item. Heather will then the next day combine these 45 inputs, 5 times 9, and undoubtedly we'll have some overlap, which will be a great thing. And she'll send back out to us those things, hopefully something less than 45 items that we have come up with collectively or individually. Then at the next meeting, which was the 11th of January, each of us will have some time. CAC will determine how much time, but each of us will have time to present our 5 priorities and explain them a little bit, maybe answer questions of each other, and staff may have some questions about what the heck it is we're talking about. And so we'll clarify that. And then the following council meeting on the 18th of January, staff will come back and scope some of these things for us. Some of us may think that, oh, just this project will just be a small thing. It'll be a real quick thing. First reading, second reading will be done. And staff may say, au contraire, this is actually going to be a lot of work. We have to do a lot of community engagement. We have to do a lot of research. And this is actually a pretty big undertaking. So they're going to kind of try to start scoping these things for us on the 18th, so that as we go into the retreat a few days later on the 21st, we each have a pretty good idea of what people's priorities are and how much time they'll take, how much work they'll take by staff. And then the goal is to then take that big, massive amount of work that we come up with, winnow it down at the retreat, and also maybe put some dates next to things. Is this something that we want to tackle in the first couple of quarters next year, or is this something that can slip into late 2022 or into 2023? So that's one item of homework. The second item of homework, as we typically do at these council retreats, especially when we have new council members who have just joined us, is to kind of get to know each other. So one of the things we'll do on Friday evening of the retreat is introduce our colleagues to each other. And so each of us has been paired up one by one with another person. I think we tried to pair up newly joined council members with people who have been on council for a while. And we asked that those 2 council members go offline at their leisure over a cup of coffee or whatever they'd like to do between now and the 21st of January and get to know each other, however you'd like to do that, and be prepared at the retreat on Friday evening to introduce your counterpart with maybe some interesting factual backgrounds, things that maybe people didn't know about that person, what skills and experiences they maybe bring to council and to the community, and then some things that maybe your counterpart would like to see accomplished in the coming council cycle. And so that's really something that we ask you to do offline. So those are 2 items of homework by the 6th of January, your top 5 priorities, and be prepared to speak about it at the 11th, and then come prepared at the 21st with an introduction of your counterpart. Rachel, what have I missed or what have I gotten wrong?
You nailed it, Bob. Let's not make the meeting last longer than necessary. Nothing to add here.
Any questions of Rachel and me about what is on the calendar, what's expected?
Well done. Well put.
Great. That's all we had.
All right. Alicia, did I miss anything? Do we have anything left?
No, sir. I think you covered it well, and we are at the end of the agenda.
All right. Well, with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 10:39 p.m.
Good night, everyone.